Apologize everyone for being very late. For those of you watching on the VODs, I'm about 30 minutes late at the moment. And you remember that kind of wave of fatigue last night? Yeah, apparently so did my body. I quite literally just finished eating. I haven't brushed my teeth. I haven't even put my gloves on yet. I was just shoveling food. Thankfully, I had something I could reheat. I was just shoveling food down my throat so I could get started as quickly as possible. No, I've seen von Falkenstein. It is what it is. Now, I wanted to respond to Blade Javal verbally because I feel like tone will help here. I don't want to sound like I'm coming down as harsh or telling Blade Javal that he sucks. That, quite the contrary. So Blade Javal, it sucks and it's the worst. And oh, hey, look, I have to adjust the resolution again, which I have to do every single time I fire up this game. Just pointing that out. Two things Blade Javal brought up, both of which are actually very, very valid, which is one of the reasons I wanted to discuss this live. First, he thinks I was too harsh on the combat. Second, he thinks he was too harsh on the zone design of the hinterlands. So let's address both of these in detail. First of all, the primary thrust of the argument about the controls for the combat is that I have to hold down R in order to fight, right? Now, in my mind, the moment I realized that was true, I was like, oh, of course that's a negative. Boom. Instantly and no hesitation. And Blade Javal said, why? And admittedly, I didn't have an immediate answer. One moment, please. Like, I didn't have an off the top of my head answer, other than the fact that I had just finished playing Dragon Age Origins and 2, which did not have that problem. But I started thinking about it more and more and more, and I started realizing that, other games like World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2, or my personal favorite example, even Star Trek Online, all have the auto attack option. All of them have the toggle, which is what Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age Origins did. Considering the structure of this game semi-similar to, an MMO in terms of its structure and its combat and zone and blah, 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 I felt like that was a decent comparison. Yeah, for example, if Dragon Age 2 had that exact same problem, that would actually probably be more than one negative, because Dragon Age 2 has Dragon Age 2 syndrome. And having to just hold down R, or whatever, the entire game would get extraordinarily old, especially since Dragon Age 2 was a cooldown-based game in terms of its abilities, right? But several other examples of other games were leveled here, which happen to include games like Kingdom Hearts or Dynasty Warriors were both mentioned as well, and Dark Souls. Now, I'm going to go and be honest, this is loud. Hang on. Let's get off the screen. I'm going to be honest in that I think that this music is loud. Oh my god. Okay, so, don't worry. Now there's no music playing at all. I don't feel those comparisons are particularly apt, if I'm being blunt, and I want to partially explain why. First of all, Rax gave an excellent example, which pretty much put the exact focus on where the actual problem is here. Because holding down a button to attack isn't necessarily a bad thing in its own right. The bad thing is the fact that everything else about the combat leans itself towards making that not a good thing. So, Final Fantasy 15. Now, I know most of you probably have not played that game, but if you have, you know the combat of that game is extraordinarily simple. It can be best described as holding down the button to attack. There's a little bit of positioning, and occasionally you use your party maneuvers with the other party members, but that's kind of it. And therein lies the problem. Let's use Kingdom Hearts as an example. Now, Kingdom Hearts 2 is probably the best example here, so we'll use that. In Kingdom Hearts 2, you hit with every single button, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But the thing is, your distance to the enemy matters. When you hit the button exactly in your combo matters. How long you hold the button down matters. Whether or not you're holding forward or against matters. Whether or not you do anything else in between the attack matters. Whether the enemy is above or below you matters. And you get the overall point, right? In terms of sheer combat, Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually a little bit more structured like a fighting game in terms of how you actually play it. And that doesn't bother me at all, because at that point, the hitting of the button is more like the trigger at the end of everything you're doing in order to play that game. That makes sense? However, before I lay this matter to rest, there's two other things, because you know me, and I like to do my due diligence. So the first thing I did is I said thank you to Walker. Thank you, Walker. Always appreciate very much. Hang on. I'll show that off in a second, Fun Function, because I found that too. So Walker is putting that towards Anakin, Sea of Stars, and FF7R1. Thank you always for your support, Walker. Much obliged. Assassin's Creed games. So Assassin's Creed games have directional input. Oh, it depends, is actually the answer. Directional input and timing, but mostly it matters what weapon you have equipped until you get to Assassin's Creed Origins. The reason I always say Assassin's Creed Origins has the best combat of the series is because not only does each of your weapons substantially change how you fight, but they also substantially change how you input the fighting, right? So, you know, if you're wielding a spear, you want to do different inputs at different times, at different distances, which will give you different attacks, rather than if you're doing it like with a sword or whatever, right? Thank you, Candyman. Always appreciate you. Much obliged. I will jot that down, too. I swear one of these days I'll finish making this point. You know, Blade Chaval's just sitting over there thinking, I hate you, Lar. I hate you. I slaughtered him like an animal. It's okay. I can prove with objective certainty that Blade Chaval is a better actor than Hayden Christensen. I should know. I've been his director. Thank you, Candyman. I will put that towards the StarCraft block, the Pixel remasters, and the FF7 through 12 audit. I know, Blade Chaval. Low bar. So... So I reached out to a lot of my people, everybody I knew who had actually played this game, and the reaction I got from all of them was near identical. Maybe someday, hazardous. And the reaction was, yeah, that's annoying, but eventually I got used to it, the holding down the button thing. That, if I'm being blunt, says all I think it needs to. Yes, it's annoying, but I get used to it is the definition of a negative to gameplay. And honestly, probably only the one. You'll notice I have only given the one and honestly only planned to. Because it's a rock, right? It's a rock in my shoe and it's a slight irritation. But, hang on. I still wanted to do my full, no really due diligence on this matter. So, what I did was I started thinking about what kind of gameplay this really is. If you really pair everything else away, what the gameplay is. And the answer to that is, of course, a shooter. Now, I actually said this yesterday, and I did a little more looking, a little more thinking, and yeah, I'm absolutely right. Because what do you do in a shooter? You press the button every shot, or you hold down the button every shot. And that is the primary vehicle of control for a shooter. So the question then became, would that bother me in a shooter? And the answer is no, for two very big reasons. Reason number one, shooters are not 70 hours long. And like it or not, that is a facet of game design when it comes to whether or not something becomes irritating or good, for that matter, is longevity. But B, and arguably more importantly, I kind of deliberately skipped over the primary vehicle of control when it comes to a shooter, aiming. Aiming is the main focus of the actual gameplay. The shooting is just the trigger at the end of the gameplay loop, which, if you're paying attention, sounds a whole lot like Kingdom Hearts, doesn't it? And all of this sudden, it kind of lines up and makes a little bit more sense. Oh yeah, there's also a lot of positioning and moving around and all that stuff. Thank you for pointing that out, Hazardous. So, in short, no, the negative stands. But I wanted to walk through the entire 9-minute, apparently, thought chain that went into it. And I wanted to praise Blade Chaval, because Blade Chaval actually said something right before I went live, which I didn't have a chance to react to. Which was, he's sorry for being so nitpicky on this particular review. Don't apologize for that. Nothing you've said has gone over the line, and I do prefer to do my due diligence and earn every point I give, rather than just giving it and walking on, right? Also true, has it? And jumping a lot. You got to jump a lot while constantly knifing, you know, just... Now, the second point that was brought up is Hoth. Now, this is interesting, because, this is probably a little bit my fault. Only as recently as last year did I start really trying to label my reviews on the website so that people can more easily parse them. But he said that I gave Hoth 4 negatives, and I instead gave Hinterlands 5 total, which is actually not accurate. I gave the Hinterlands 6 negatives. And I gave Hoth 13. I just checked this morning. And I think that answers that point right there, to be very, very honest about it. So I stand by my statement. Hinterlands is merely a triple negative zone, and Hoth is goddamned Hoth. By the way, you mentioned the Churning Mist as well, but I think Corellia is an even better one here. Let's see here. How many negatives did we give Corellia? You gotta give me a moment. Oh yeah, fun fact, Hinterlands also got as many story positives as Hoth, so that's another fun thing. There we go, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. Okay, so 4 negatives to Hoth for Corellia. And 4 negatives to Hoth, did I just say that? 4 negatives to Corellia for story is what I meant. But gameplay-wise, here we go. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is that it? Nope. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 negatives to gameplay for Corellia. Thank you, Seraphim Altaniel. Always appreciate your subs. Remember, you can put this to up to 3 things at no detriment or negative. Yes, that is Corellia from Tor. I hate Corellia so much. But hang on. So the Churning Mist was brought up. Unfortunately, the Churning Mist, FF14, is not labeled, unlike Tor. Like I said, it's a pretty recent thing. So we're going to have to parse this a little bit differently. So let's just get down to the gameplay side of things. Let's ignore story for this. Nobody cares about the story of FF14 anyways. Here we go. Well, the problem with FF14, like I said, is I didn't label it properly. So this involves a lot of manual reading. So this is actually interesting. I didn't give Churning Mists any negatives, unless you count just the quests there, which I did, in fact, give 3 negatives for there. We could asterisk that because there's a couple of other things which were part of that. So we could say we gave 6 negatives, but yeah, that tracks. And you're probably thinking, well, hang on, doesn't that make the Churning Mists better than Hinterlands? Yes, in terms of zone design, just not in terms of quest design. You'll notice I only gave 1 negative for Hinterlands quests, whereas I gave 3 for the Churning Mists. Either way, I hope that answers that one pretty definitively. The problem here, at the end of the day, is the Hinterlands is not a good zone. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. So why did you give 6 negatives to the Hinterlands? Well, it's very, very obvious. 3 negatives just for the zone itself. Distribution, tasks, quests. These are all kind of generic negatives. The whole zone gets them as a whole because of the fact that the whole zone kind of sucks. But rather than give a negative for quests or give a negative for distribution or give a negative for guidance flow, I'm just giving a negative to the whole zone because, again, it's not that bad. It would be really, really easy to give the Hinterlands like 9 negatives if it was actual trash, just for the 3 categories I just mentioned, right? Like Hoth or Corellia. Instead, it is merely those 3 for the zone overall. 1 bonus negative for that escort quest, which I stand behind very firmly, and then 2 negatives for the fact that isn't really related to the hinterlands itself. This is when we get into asterisks like we did with the Churning Mists, because those other two negatives were for the intro. And I stand by this as well, too, by the way. The fact that the game dumps you on the hinterlands and then just kind of lets the reins off when it shouldn't. As I said yesterday, the game really shouldn't go to the hinterlands until after we've been to Val Royale. So, gunk, instead of... Is there a tangible reason for 3 instead of 2 or 1? Not really. The design of the system is obvious. 3 is the ceiling, 1 is the floor, right? Or I guess technically 3 is the ceiling and -3 is the floor. But we can zoom in the camera on specific aspects of game design. So, like, a zone comprises a lot of different aspects of game design, right? You know, you've got the visuals, you've got the music, you've got the side quests, you've got the primary quests, you've got drop rates on items, you've got bonus explorative stuff, you've got the guidance thereof, you've got the flow of the zone. How irritating it is just to get from point A to point B is a problem in some games and can also be a good thing in some other games. You know, all of those are all the pieces that make up the puzzle. But if the whole zone as a whole is just kind of sucks, like the Hinterlands does, then that is merely 3 negatives for the zone instead of 3 negatives for each individual category. Does that make sense? All right, so with all of that properly addressed, and again, I want to say thank you for bringing all that to my attention, Blades of All. Let's see what we've got. Listen, I don't need sleep, Blades of All. It's not really a joke that right now all I do is eat and sleep and work. So now I'll take a drink.
My scouts still comb the hills for clues about the explosion. I'll take what I can find.
Dear Lady Montier, it's true distant relations of the House Trevelyan are claiming close friendship with the Herald of Atroste. A boast is one matter, but the boundaries of tact and decency appear to be invisible to these mountebanks. During a ball in the southern corridor, I witnessed a cousin 5 times removed from Lord Trevelyan threaten to have the Inquisition fight his rival. He quickly left the party after I made my connection with the Inquisition clear, but the problem stands. We must deal with the Herald's relatives taking his name in vain. So we could send the diplomat, the assassin, or the soldier. I agree, Tara. There is a big problem with just empty space in the hinterlands. I spoke with everyone at Haven, Pika. Oh, I just noticed there's a timer there. Let's Alt F4. No, Act. I'd never even heard of the series until you guys made me play the most recent one. Yeah, a lot of open worlds have the empty space problem. Some open worlds solve this by making traversal fun. Spider-Man on the PS4 is like the example there. But it is still a problem. Just Cause 2 and... no, 3, yes, sorry. Just Cause 3, I always screw that up, is another game that makes traversal reasonably enjoyable. And there's a couple of other examples. Modern WoW, for example. And I'm sure there's others. I just can't think of right now. And I have to change the resolution again. Listen, where we're going, we don't need good coding. I do find it interesting that easy difficulty does not lower the health of enemies. I'm not really complaining, it's just an interesting decision. It makes me wonder if difficulty options are something they had trouble coding on the Frostbite engine. It's the gift that keeps on sucking. Game. There we go. Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and send the diplomat after
My scouts
this.
are posted on the ridges in case there's any trouble.
The relatives have become much more restrained when discussing the Inquisition, going so far as to avoid the subject entirely. Whatever future boon they may ask of us, their newfound modesty is most gratifying. Okay. Your Herald... Herald, your Inquisition says it's good for order against chaos and reason and darkness. If you stand by this, come forth and drive the heretics from my lands. They claim to be refugees, but I've seen elves and apostates amongst them. Filthy savages tearing at our roots. Our monarch refuses to send forth armies, and my own knights were decimated at the conclave. I require your aid to return peace to my lands. Yes, come kill these filthy refugees. So if we send Josephine, she's like, let us send a polite refusal and nothing more. Liliana says, we can take advantage of his raving. My spies can harass the refugees into moving somewhere else to win his favor. Cullen says, I'd prefer if they help the refugees, not Lord Cullen. Or Lord Kildarn, rather. Excuse me. Yeah, okay.
To work?
Commander Cullen, am I to understand you're in charge of the soldiers trampling on my lawns, providing food and refuge to the scrabble of filth burrowing into my land? A plague on you, sir, for spitting in the face of an honest petitioner, for taking advantage of my distress. Did my wretched neighbor, Ban Thraft, whisper in your ear? Tell me what he paid you, so I might at least know the price of treachery, sir. My only consolation is that the few of the rank and file have gone to join your farce of an Inquisition. That's your consolation? That's... the Terran of Highever wishes to convey our deepest sympathies for the death of the divine Justinia V. The Most Holy was incomparable in her wisdom and dedication to peace, and we had such high hopes her conclave would succeed. We will hold a vigil in remembrance and cordially invite the Inquisition to attend. Terran Kusland. We can't attend. We could send an honor guard. We could send an attaché and the Templars. I know, Janthel. I've said it before, and this is not a joke. Boredom has had such an influence on human culture that I think a lot of people underestimate that. How many things have people done over the years because they had nothing better to do with their lives? And yes, I realize that means I'm saying that video games can solve a lot of humans' problems. And I stand by that sentence. I do. I'm not actually joking. I know people who are elderly who have found a new lease on life because they started playing video games. That's not a joke. It's because what they were doing was they were just sitting around doing nothing or watching mindless TV and having nothing to fill the time, and they would just kind of slowly sink into depression. Having video games to play suddenly makes them have something to do, to enjoy, and have some reason to actually have fun with their lives. Now, I know this is a kind of a anecdotal case-specific scenario, but come on, you cannot tell me that doesn't apply in other cases. I think we're going to send Josephine to this one. She's kind of my go-to, if I'm being honest.
Let us begin.
The Inquisitor emissaries are a welcome addition to our vigil. As a token of thanks, I'm sending Ferelden arms for your troops. May the Maker grant you never need them. So let's do the Black Emporium really quick. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely, Necreasy. Like I said, I know people, quite a few. BRPGs are apparently really good for a person I know, who I will not relate the connection there to. Because she loves just wandering around and exploring the area and seeing what other quests they can find, and stuff like that, right? Yeah, I noticed that. Well, Yeah, I love that little thing. 8 are battle. Who's Corypheus? BRPGs. Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, The Outer Worlds, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas, Starfield. These are BRPGs. Ship has been secured. Beware of what you find in the Black Emporium. Sure. I don't remember having that issue, Europe, but it's been a minute. Let's take my only party members. In the last moments of my life, I will replay Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Mega Man X1, Super Metroid, and WoW.
Where's my back scratcher?
Interesting. Look, if you want good games, you go to Nintendo. That's just how that works. Not yet, Pika. And she never will. Whoa, those are expensive. Holy crap. Yeah, those are a little outside our price range.
Send my regards to the Lady Ambassador. Her ancestor visited the Emporium in the Blessed Age. I sold her a candle mounted.
I mean, first of all, Pokemon is not actually a first-party Nintendo game. Which I know sounds like a minor thing, because they are a second-party developer. But it's still worthy of note. The last time we got a first-party Nintendo game that was as unpolished as what Pokemon pushes out was Wind Waker. And you'll notice they have not repeated that particular mistake. Oh, absolutely, Act.
Do you think the mages will be able to seal the breach? Apothecary Adon will have more poultices for the injured as soon as
I need a favor. Call it a loan, since I'll pay it back.
Came to speak with me. Could you try not to antagonize him?
If I offend the man so easily, perhaps he should try leaving me alone.
Call it a loan, since I'll pay it all back. I got a letter from my editor in Kirkwall. She tells me Hard and Hightown 3, the repunching, appeared in print from the Antivan printer a few weeks ago. I'll give you a moment to contemplate the horror that is that title. I had my contacts in the Merchants Guild look into the author a couple of years back. Best they could find out after spending a few hundred gold was that Pyrrol Bellenforth is a pen name. I could have told them that for free. You've got contacts with the Antivan print house. Maybe you could find out more in the guild. I'm tempted to send Liliana to that. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's see what we have.
Your author friend is truly a mystery. Our search only covered a string of foreign accounts. The trail of coin led from Antiva to Da Vinci to the Free Marches to Orlais. Someone hid their tracks well, but not well enough. Your writer's in Kirkle. Remember, you owe me a favor. Nah, I'm good with Polkestein. So, we've received an offer of assistance. I am unnerved, but not opposed. It's not the first strange promise we've received, and likely not the last. The Inquisition has needs, and we would provide. We have in our possession a mount of noble spirit, fallen in battle against rage, returned to life, and the boundless urge to run and serve a worthy cause and a noble master. Prove what your followers already believe, that your reach is beyond this realm, and even the forces of the fate are your ally. Death is no barrier to victory. We'll send
To
Cullen.
work?
We now have a bog unicorn. Excellent. We need to go find these troops. Actually, hold up. Let's gather coin. We'll send Cullen.
To work?
Yay, we got a pittance of coin. And now let's just do that over and over and over and over, because we now have infinite money. We're not doing that, obviously. Yeah, well, I can just teleport money in, just like that. But no. Wait, what's this? I don't recognize that one. Yeah, I don't... Oh, it's a mount. Okay, cool.
To work?
Hey, we got a mount. Okay. I don't... We were talking about the timer thing. I don't mind the timer thing for money. That actually makes perfect sense. So, here's the thing, Spartan. A lot of problems with this game can be leveled at the feet of the fact that it's the Frostbite engine. So, by default standard, should this game have been on the Frostbite engine? No. It was never designed to do this. However, it's worth noting that we've seen some games do a lot more interesting things with this engine after this game came out. The problem isn't by itself the fact that they used the engine. It's the fact that they used the engine and received no support on it. I want you to imagine for a moment, right now, Spartan, that you have to code something in Unreal, okay? No problem, right? There's guides and help tips and Google, and imagine you have none of that. Imagine there is no source to learn how to use Unreal. You have to figure out for yourself on the fly. And that's the problem. Just grab some mounts while we're here. No, I don't care about that. Alright, let's go ahead and advance the main plot. I guess. Let's do it.
Having the Herald address the clerics is not a terrible idea.
You can't be serious.
Mother Giselle isn't wrong. At the moment, the Chantry's only strength is that they are united in opinion. And we should ignore the danger to the Herald. Let's ask him.
God damn it. Let's try to clean my eye.
I'm more concerned this won't actually solve any problems.
God, I need to fix my outfit.
I agree. It just lends credence to the idea that we should care what the Chantry says.
I will go with him. Mother Giselle said she could provide us names. Use them.
But why? This is nothing but a...
What choice do we have, Liliana? Right now, we can't approach anyone for help with the breach. Use what influence we have to call the clerics together. Once they are ready, we will see this through.
Oh, okay. Unreal and Frostbite are both engines, Lord Haremont, but that's where the similarities end. Ignore the pop-in.
The city still mourns.
Just a guess, Seeker, but I think they all know who we are.
Your skills of observation never fail to impress me, Varric.
My Lord Herald.
Please
You're
don't
one
kneel.
of Leliana's people. What have you found?
The Chantry Mothers await you, but so do a great many Templars.
There are Templars here?
People seem to think the Templars will protect them from the Inquisition. They're gathering on the other side of the market. I think that's where the Templars intend to meet you.
Only one thing to do, then.
I love that we just have the Arrow Shark's armor on. It adds so much credence to this.
They wish to protect the people? From us?
We knew there would be some kind of reaction.
But I didn't expect the Templars to make an appearance.
The people may just be assuming what the Templars will do. I've heard of no concrete plans.
You think the Order's return to the fold, maybe? To deal with us upstarts?
I know Lord Seeker Lucius. I can't imagine him coming to the Chantry's defense. Not after all that's occurred. Return to Haven. Someone will need to inform them if we are delayed.
As you say, my lady.
I would say Red Dead Redemption 2 is the most beautiful game that aims to look realistic that I've seen, Yura. It's also the last time a game has impressed me visually in a fidelity way. In fact, I would go so far as to say that we might have actually already peaked when it comes to graphics fidelity.
Templars were helpless as they all.
Hi, Zion Druid. And hi, Federation Builders. Hi, I didn't say hi earlier.
People of Val Royal, hear me. Together, we mourn our divine. A naive and beautiful heart, silenced by treachery. You wonder what will become of a murderer. Well, wonder no more. Behold, the so-called Herald of Andraste, claiming to rise where our beloved fell. We say this is a false prophet. The Maker would send no mage in our hour of need.
Wasn't Andraste a mage?
I make no such claim. I wasn't sent here by Andraste or the Maker. I am simply trying to close the breach. It threatens us all.
It's true. The Inquisition seeks only to end this madness before it is too late.
It is already too late. The Templars have returned to the Chantry. They will face this Inquisition, and the people will be safe once more.
Yep.
Still yourself. She is beneath us.
What's the meaning of this?
Her claim to authority is an insult, much like your own.
Lord Seeker Lucius, it's imperative that we speak with...
You will not address me.
Lord Seeker?
Creating a heretical movement. Raising up a puppet as Andraste's prophet. You should be ashamed. You should all be ashamed. The Templars failed no one when they left the Chantry to purge the mages. You are the ones who have failed. You who'd leash our righteous swords with doubt and fear. If you came to appeal to the Chantry, you are too late. The only destiny here that demands respect is mine.
Okay. Why are we joining the Templars again? I know, because we didn't do it last time.
If you're not here to help the Chantry, then you just came to make speeches.
I came to see what frightens old women so, and to laugh.
But Lord Seeker, what if he really was sent by the Maker? What if...
You are called to a higher purpose. Do not question.
I will make the Templar Order a power that stands alone against the Void. We deserve recognition. Independence. You have shown me nothing, and the Inquisition, less than nothing. Templars, Val Royo is unworthy of our protection. We march.
Okay.
Charming fellow, isn't he?
Has Lord Seeker Lucius gone mad?
He saw Solus's abs and he just couldn't resist himself.
Do you know him very well?
He took over the Seekers of Truth 2 years ago, after Lord Seeker Lambert's death. He was always a decent man, never given to ambition and grandstanding. This is very bizarre.
Well, good thing that, people who possess... demons who possess other people and mind control aren't regular things in this setting that we haven't already had to deal with or anything like that.
Do you think he can be reasoned with?
I hope so. If not him, there are surely others in the Order who don't feel as he does. Either way, we should first return to Haven and inform the others.
Wait, seriously? That's all we came here for? Was that? Oh my god. Okay. How you doing? Lady, you okay? I mean, the guy just clocked you with a gauntleted hand.
This victory must please you greatly, Seeker Cassandra.
We came here seeking only to speak with the mothers. This is not our doing, but yours.
And you had no part in forcing our hand? Do not delude yourself. Now we have been shown up by our own Templars, in front of everyone.
Could you get your head out of my crotch, please?
Clerics have scattered to the wind along with their convictions. Just tell me one thing. If you do not believe you are the Maker's chosen, then what are you?
Someone who can help close the breach and end this madness.
That is more comforting than you might imagine. I suppose it is out of our hands now. We shall all see what the Maker plans in the days to come.
I guess she's just gonna keep having her head in my crotch. Because we got a lot of dialogue to go through. Thank you, Judo Joker. Always appreciate. Yeah, you guys get to debate which order we do the Ace Combat games once we get there. I have no horse in that race for obvious reasons. I will put that towards Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, and Hitman 3. Again, appreciate.
You're obviously skeptical. What do you believe I am?
Our divine. Her holiness is dead. I have seen evidence for everything, except what would comfort me.
That doesn't answer my question.
For you to be true, a great many things must be false. And if you are false, a great many things must have failed. There is chaos ahead, whatever your intentions.
So what happens now? Will the Chantry continue to denounce me?
We have already done so. And what good has it done us? Now it falls on us to select a new divine, if we can, and leave the next step to her.
Provided such a selection is even possible.
I truly don't know. Any revered mother who could have followed Justinia died at the Conclave. What becomes of us, and your Inquisition, is in the Maker's hands now.
But he doesn't exist! Oh, God!
Where is the Lord Seeker taking the Templars?
I can't begin to guess the Lord Seeker's mind. He could not have abandoned his intended role more completely.
There must be sense to what we can't see.
Must there? Rebellion seems popular in certain quarters, doesn't it, Seeker? Is crafting the Templars into a new power really any worse than declaring a rival to the Chantry itself?
I mean,
What were you hoping the Lord Seeker would do exactly?
Put aside his war against the mages and find common purpose against something much more dire. Obviously, he has other plans. With the knights vigilant slain at the Conclave, there is nothing more we can do.
Perhaps there is something we can do.
I'd like to believe that, Seeker. I truly would. I suppose we can expect renewed effort against the mages from him, and yet more chaos.
How many Templars turned on the Chantry exactly?
They rebelled across Thedas. Some remained loyal, but not enough to call them the Order. The White Spire here in the capital was the largest garrison, but now it stands empty. Perhaps more shall flock to the Lord Seeker's banner now. How far has faith waned, I wonder?
Sandra, are you okay?
How are people responding to all of this?
Despair. Fear. We mourn Her Holiness. The people look to the sky and wonder how long before terror comes for us all. There must be a way through this. Is it you? The Templars? The Maker's will? We abandoned our duties. We servants of the faith. Now we can only pray.
It's not too late. The Chantry could still help us and come out on top.
If only that were true.
What's to stop you from trying?
We are not looking for a winning horse.
Eh.
Simply trying to do the right thing.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you're actually a politician.
Open? Yes, as open as I can be. If you've a need for the well-cut or the sparkling, perhaps I can help. At the very least, we can appear like everything is normal. Yes.
Right. Interesting. Good morning, Mihawk. Hopefully you're doing well today.
What's that? An arrow with a message?
Oh, goody. It's Red Jenny. Everyone's favorite character.
I believe that
You are the Herald of Andraste, are you not? I have an invitation for you.
Cordially invited to my salon at the Chateau of Duke de Bistion de Gizglas. It's from Vivienne. It's from Vivienne. All this stuff is so damn expensive. Jesus.
If I might have a moment of your time.
Grand Enchanter Fiona?
Leader of the Mage Rebellion. Is it not dangerous for you to be here?
I heard of this gathering, and I wanted to see the fabled Herald of Andraste with my own eyes. If it's help with the breach you seek, perhaps you should look among your fellow mages.
I'm surprised the leader of the mages wasn't at the conclave.
Yes. You were supposed to be, and yet somehow you avoided death.
As did the Lord Seeker, you'll note. Both of us sent negotiators in our stead in case it was a trap. I won't pretend I'm not glad to live. I lost many dear friends that day. It disgusts me to think the Templars will get away with it. I'm hoping you won't let them.
So you think the Templars are responsible?
Why wouldn't she?
Lucius hardly seems broken up over his losses, if he's concerned about them at all. You heard him. You think he wouldn't happily kill the divine to turn people against us? So yes, I think he did it. More than I think you did it, at any rate.
The mages weren't willing to talk to the Inquisition before. Why now?
Because now I've seen what you are. And I've seen the Chantry for what it is. Consider this an invitation to Redcliffe. Come, meet with the mages. An alliance could help us both, after all. I hope to see you there. Au revoir, my Lord Herald.
So...
Come. Let us return to Haven.
I was indoors. No, wait! You ambushed me with a cutscene. Okay. I wasn't even here. I was like over here. Indoor, whatever. Ahem. So, yeah, you'll notice how they present both factions to us that we can join. The Templars, who's like, I am great and awesome and dumb and stupid and worthless and terrible. And then the mage shows up and's like, so, I'm reasonable and thoughtful and kind and considerate, and I love puppies and kittens. Maybe you should join me instead. I'm only barely exaggerating. The game slants it so hard. It's no wonder we went with mages last time, because duh. I would be curious to see what percentage of people land on which side of this particular debate, based solely on the cutscene we just saw, because that is a slanted as hell cutscene. Glancing here.
Well, this has all been a frustrating mess. Templars and Chantry and especially the mages. Just everything. I apologize if you were refused service, but we are now open for business. Especially if you put my wares to use.
Moral benefit to siding with the Templars? That's an interesting question. If you do side with the Templars, the mages join the forces of evil. Does that count? It's okay if you join with the mages. The Templars join the forces of evil. I was apparently where I needed to be. Pay attention. Or wake up, wake up, wake up.
There must be something here.
He lifted from a drunk swearing about the Herald. Don't know what door. I'm out. Dead paid. Okay. This is going to sound strange, but I think if they wanted the Templars to be evil, they probably should have committed to that, which, spoilers, they did not. If I might be so bold, I am also irritated that we have to choose one of the sides. Almost assuredly a holdover from the Exalted March. Because there's just too many reasons why this probably shouldn't be the kind of binary choice that it is. This is not a game about the mages versus the Templars. This is a game about Corypheus and some other unrelated stuff. I talked to this merchant, but that apparently wasn't the merchant with the hat. Okay. almost on the other side of the stage again, just by virtue of going all the way around. Can't talk to that person. That's a city guard. And we've looped. Cool. We've already missed out on this character. While I was looking for her. That's the best part. Like, I was actively looking for her. And the game was like, nope. But I wanted to, nope. You're done.
Same old?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, friends, for helping good Lady Kara. Saw those who asked about the Herald into the third passage. Okay. Third. Wow, this is a quest log. This is... Yep, this is definitely a quest log. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You heard? Maybe.
We are to obey as well. We meet the three bells to discuss how best to serve the new way. Herald go at time. Praise Adrast. Okay. Now we have access to something on the world map. Okay. Well, let's go recruit Sarah, because she's obviously a better character than Vivienne. What? I said it.
It's the Inquisition. Well, you know who I work for at least.
The Heralds. We know because they've got the PC icon over their head. I don't know.
Herald of Andraste. How much did you expend to discover me? It must have weakened the Inquisition immeasurably.
I don't know who you are.
You don't fool me. I'm too important for this to be an accident. My efforts will survive in victories against you elsewhere.
Just say what?
What is that?
He did.
Ugh. Squishy one, but you heard me, right? Just say what? Rich tits always try for more than they deserve. Blah, blah, blah. Obey me. Arrow in my face. So, you followed the notes well enough. Glad to see you're kind of plain, really. All that talk, and then you're just person. I mean, it's all good, isn't it? The important thing is you glow. You're the herald thingy.
Yeah, so this is Y'shtola, if you don't recognize her.
Sure, why not? I glow. What's going on?
No idea. I don't know this idiot from Manners. My people just said the Inquisition should look at him.
Your people? Elves?
No. People. Name's Sarah. This is cover. Get round it. For the reinforcements. Don't worry. Someone tipped me their equipment shed. They've got no breaches.
What I find funniest about this actress, Robin Addison, is that she's done almost no voice acting in her career, other than voicing Y'shtola. Like, she's done a couple of very, very minor things in a couple of things. She was in a Survivors episode, of all things. And then she provided the voice for Y'shtola in FF14, and that became her meal ticket, because then she voices Sarah, and then Y'shtola, Sarah, Y'shtola, Strider's girlfriend in Anthem, Y'shtola, random voice in Valhalla, Y'shtola. And she was a character back in Chaos Gate Demon Hunters earlier this year. And that's kind of it. That's her career right there.
Take their weapons!
So I've been noticing... Well, I guess I'll talk about this in a second.
Friends really came through with that tip. No breaches. So, Herald of Andraste. You're a strange one. I'd like to join.
How about we get to know each other first? You know, names and such.
One name. No, wait, two. Well, it's like this. I sent you a note to look for hidden stuff by my friends. The Friends of Red Jenny. That's me. Well, I'm one. So is a fence in Montfort, some woman in Kirkwall. There were 3 in Starkhaven, brothers or something. It's just a name, yeah? It lets little people, friends, be part of something while they stick it to nobles they hate. So here, in your face, I'm Sarah. The Friends of Red Jenny are sort of out there. I use them to help you. Plus arrows.
The Inquisition has spies already. Can you add to these professionals?
Here's how it is. You important people are up here, shoving your cods around. Blah, blah, I'll crush you. Ooh, crush you. Then you've got cloaks and spy kings, like this tit. Or was he one of the little knives, all serious with his little knife? All those secrets, and what gave him up? Some houseboy who don't know shite, but knows a bad person when he sees one. So no, I'm not knifey shiv dark, all hidden. But if you don't listen down here too, you risk your breeches. Like those guards, I stole their... Look, do you need people or not? I want to get everything back to normal. Like you.
So, what irritates me most is she is absolutely correct here. I mean, you ever seen Fight Club? But no, ignoring fiction for a moment, this is a very, very valid point. The invisible hand has always been one of the most influential aspects of real-life politics, economic policy, and all kinds of fun stuff, right? I mean, this used to be such a commonality thing in quite a few aspects of noble society back in more medieval times, where you would have the array of servants and butler and all that, which everybody else was essentially programmed to not pay attention to or listen to, who everyone would then use as the information hub, accurate and otherwise, for everyone else. So, sure, I'm with it. You know, pay your janitor, pay them on time, pay them well. Yeah, droids in Star Wars is another perfect example of this kind of invisibles.
So who are your Friends of Red Jenny? You must know them.
Oh, it's not hard to understand if you're not trying to waste your day on it. Someone little always hates someone big. And unless you don't eat, sleep, or piss, you're never far from someone little. Doesn't always work out, but a lot of people hated this guy. Someone got a laugh, someone got even, someone got paid. And someone has to have explained to them that free help is good.
Yeah, that would be me.
Back there you wanted to know if I glowed. Why?
That's what you do, innit? You walked out of somewhere and now you glow. Andraste's herald. True or not, it seemed like the easiest way to know it was you.
True or not?
Well, that's what they say and all. Look, don't get ahead, yeah? I want to help this... whatever it is. Inquisition.
Join me.
All right, Sarah. I can use you and your friends.
Yes! Getting good before you're too big to like. That'll keep your breeches where they should be. Plus extra breaches because I have all these... You have merchants who buy that piss, yeah? Got to be worth something. Anyway, Haven. See you there, Herald. This will be grand.
Do you have ADD, lady? Just... No judgment, I'm just wondering. Okay, a little bit of judgment. Just a little. I'm sorry. Did we just get the item too many breaches? Anyways, that's one party member recruited. Let's go get another one. Yeah, we already dealt with the lows. Now it's time to deal with the highs.
Lord Trevelyan of Ostwick, representing the Inquisition.
Hi. Oh yeah, by the way, we're actually nobility. We're like third step nobility.
To meet anyone new. It is always the same crowd at these parties. So you must be a guest of Madame de Fer. Or are you here for Duc Bastien?
Are you here on business?
How do you...
I have heard the most curious tales of you. I cannot imagine half of them are true.
How do you breathe in that thing?
What have you heard about me?
Some say that when the veil opened, Andraste herself delivered you from the Fade.
I'm not familiar with that name. I was invited here by First Enchanter Vivienne.
Madame de Fer is a fond nickname the court has given Lady Vivienne.
I've heard she finds it amusing.
I've heard very little about Duc Bastien.
He hasn't been seen much at court lately.
His business with the Council of Heralds often takes him from home for long periods. It can't be good for a man of his years.
And of course, there's the Civil War. Bastien probably wishes to distance himself from the actions of his one-time son-in-law.
Tearing up the Dales in a foolish bid for power? It will end in disgrace for Gaspard. Everyone knows it.
Yeah, by the way, we're not backing Gaspard because he's an idiot. Look, I'm sorry. We could talk all day about whether Celine is actually an appropriate empress or not, but Gaspard's a moron.
Some of those storytellers may have gotten carried away.
But only for the best effect. The Inquisition is a ripe subject for wild tales.
The Inquisition. What a lot of pig shit. Washed up sisters and crazed seekers. No one can take them seriously. Everyone knows it's just an excuse for a bunch of political outcasts to grab power.
The Inquisition is working to restore peace and order to Thedas.
Here comes the outsider, restoring peace with an army.
Yeah.
We know what your Inquisition truly is. If you were a man of honor, you'd step outside and answer the charges.
My dear Marquis, how unkind of you to use such language in my house to my guests. You know such rudeness is intolerable.
Madame Vivienne, I humbly beg your pardon.
You should. Whatever am I going to do with you, my dear? My lord, you're the wounded party in this unfortunate affair. What would you have me do with this foolish, foolish man?
Hey, what do you think? Should we kill him? So, we'll talk about this in a second. I do love how the introduction to both Sarah and Vivienne work. Sarah shows up and is nigh incomprehensible, and yet gets across the ridiculous level of value that she and her information network, the Invisibles, has. Then we have Vivienne. First thing we do is we don't actually see her. We see a whole bunch of prissy nobles who are doing nothing more than gossiping and posturing. And then she walks in and is like, bzz. Yeah. She's a mage, and openly practicing magic in a party of her own gathering. So, random amusement. Oh, hey, I just got a copyright claim. I love copyright claims. Let's see, what is it? Perfect! It's from my 2015 E3 video. That makes sense.
The Marquis doesn't interest me. Do whatever you like with him.
Poor Marquis. Issuing challenges and hurling insults like some Ferelden doglord. And all dressed up in your Aunt Solange's doublet. Didn't she give you that to wear to the Grand Tourney? To think all the brave chevaliers who will be competing left for Markham this morning, and you're still here. Were you hoping to sate your damaged pride by defeating the Herald of Andraste in a public duel? Or did you think his sword would end the shame of your failure? Run along, my dear. Do give my regards to your aunt. I'm delighted you could attend this little gathering. I've so wanted to meet you.
Hi.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vivienne, first enchanter of Montsimard and enchantress to the Imperial Court.
Charmed, Lady Vivienne.
Ah, but I didn't invite you to the chateau for pleasantries. With divine Justinia dead, the chantry's in shambles. Only the Inquisition might restore sanity and order to our frightened people. As the leader of the last loyal mages of Thedas, I feel it only right that I lend my assistance to your cause.
I'm trying to think of which party members I never really used last time, to continue our trend of using other party members just to get their dialogue and stuff. Because we have, you know, we know Varric. Varric's cool. We know Cassandra. She's awesome. Right? We know Iron Bull's legit. We never really used Vivienne. We never really used Sarah. Is that... And I guess the other option would be Solus. That's a hell of a combo, isn't it? Sarah, Vivienne, Solus, and us. Dorian's awesome, but that's the point. We've already used Dorian, and we used Blackwall, too. We didn't use Cole that much, so we could have swapped Cole in and out periodically. If only we didn't have a limited party size! Speaking of which, let's give that negative really quick while we're here.
You say you led the last of the loyal mages. Loyal to whom?
To the people of Thedas, of course. We have not forgotten the commandment, as some have, that magic exists to serve man. I support any effort to restore such order.
So you're in favor of returning the mages to the Circle, then?
Where else can mages safely learn to master their talents? We need an institution to protect and nurture magic. Maker knows, magic will find neither on its own.
What's in this for you?
The same thing anyone gets by fighting this chaos. The chance to meet my enemy, to decide my fate. I won't wait quietly for destruction.
What exactly can you do for the Inquisition?
I am well versed in the politics of the Orlesian Empire. I know every member of the Imperial Court personally. I have all the resources remaining to the Circle at my disposal. And I'm a mage of no small talent. Will that do?
What I find most unfortunate is, you remember when they had the character intros back before this game came out? Like little cinematic things? Vivienne's was one of the better ones. Not a lot of that's actually in the main game. It's just, I remember that and being legitimately impressed. And then I met her.
The Inquisition will be happy to have you, Lady Vivienne.
Great things are beginning, my dear. I can promise you that.
And thank you, Zeiss. Reminder, you could pick up to 3 things. No detriment, no consequence. But at the moment, I'll put that towards Horizon Forbidden West. That's a good question, Sub-Zero. I legitimately do not know. Which God of War, Zeiss? Five, you got it. I suppose it would be interesting to gauge if we can have a party that doesn't have one of each class. So at the very least, we should probably do at least one of our overworld excursion sessions with, you know, no melee, or no warrior, excuse me. Yeah, as I say, I'm pretty sure the only ones you can't outright refuse are the ones that are forced upon you at the beginning. Could be wrong.
Still got demons pouring out of the rifts.
Is this stupid thing again? Yep. Okay, whatever. So, let's talk about dialogue. One of the things Dragon Age Origins really had going for it was its dialogue, which really popped in several areas, especially Orzammar. One of the things Dragon Age Inquisition has going against it is dialogue, and I want to explain why. Because, speaking from extensive personal experience, there is actually a specific key, like there's one big tip that they don't want you to know that will help you to write good dialogue. You ready for it? It's very, very simple. Time. Time is the difference between not particularly good dialogue and not particularly bad dialogue. Because, and this is very true for the inordinate quantity of writers. Most writers will write a sentence that a character says, and it isn't quite right. And describing this in vagueness doesn't work, so I'd have to use specifics, which I will, of course, not do. But the point being, you can always tell the difference between a line of dialogue that's been written, rewritten, rewritten, etc. The thing I used to use as a common example of this back when I was covering Star Trek was that the average number of times a script is rewritten is about 9 times before it actually gets into the version that's handed to the actors. And it's always really, really obvious when you're dealing with a script that has not had that amount of time and effort to polish it. So this game doesn't really have that kind of popping dialogue, for lack of a better way to put it, that several other things do. Because, yeah, exactly. You write down the basic information that's being conveyed first, then you polish it to make it sound like dialogue, then you polish it to make it sound like that character's dialogue, because there should be things like different word choice, different tone, different manners of speech, and stuff like that, right? One of the most common ways that actual authors, who are actually professional at the job, tend to refer to it is they can refer to the character's voice. You have to make sure this specific line of dialogue can be differentiated from someone else's line of dialogue, even if you don't have something that says Bob said and then Barbarella said. You need to be able to tell the difference between those two dialogues just by looking at it, right? Now, in some cases, I think they succeed at that kind of thing here, but in other cases, I absolutely do not. And we'll be debating this as we go, but I would say, especially based on the lack of support that was provided in this game, we're probably looking at 1, maybe 2 polishing passes to the dialogue.
Don't be foolish. We are the champions.
Which is better than some, but not as many as it should have.
It's good you've returned. We heard of your encounter. You heard?
My agents in the city sent word ahead, of course.
It's a shame the Templars have abandoned their senses, as well as the capital.
We had to do something, and now we have an opportunity.
Yes, and we have the opening we need to approach the Templars and the mages.
Do we? Lord Seeker Lucius is not the man I remember.
True, he has taken the orders somewhere, but to do what? My reports have been very odd.
We must look into it. I'm certain not everyone in the Order will support the Lord Seeker.
Or the Herald could simply go to meet the mages in Redcliffe instead.
You think the Mage Rebellion is more united? It could be 10 times worse.
Do we have to choose?
Or you could stop bickering and make a decision.
I agree.
We shouldn't discount Redcliffe. The mages may be worth the risk.
They are powerful, Ambassador, but more desperate than you realize.
You think the invitation could be some kind of trap?
If some among the rebel mages were responsible for what happened at the Conclave.
The same could be said about the Templars.
True enough. Right now, I'm not certain we have enough influence to approach the Order safely.
Then the Inquisition needs agents in more places. That's something you can help with.
In the meantime, we should consider other options.
There is one other matter. Several months ago, the Grey Wardens of Ferelden vanished. I sent word to those in Orlais, but they have also disappeared. Ordinarily, I wouldn't even consider the idea they're involved in all this, but the timing is curious.
That does sound odd, I agree.
The others have disregarded my suspicion, but I cannot ignore it. 2 days ago, my agents in the hinterlands heard news of a Grey Warden by the name of Blackwall. If you have the opportunity, please seek him out. Perhaps he can put my mind at ease.
And if he can't?
Then there may be more going on than we thought.
That's right, we're going back to the hinterlands. You thought we were done. We're never done with the hinterlands. Oh, God, kill me. Okay.
Excuse me. Got a message for the Inquisition, but I'm having a hard time getting anyone to talk.
What's the message?
We've got word of some Tevinter mercenaries gathering out on the Storm Coast. My company commander, Iron Bull, offers the information free of charge. If you'd like to see what the Bull's charges can do for the Inquisition, meet us there and watch us work.
What can your Bull's chargers offer the Inquisition?
We're loyal, we're tough, and we don't break contracts. Ask around Val Royeaux. We've got references.
What should I know about your commander?
Iron Bull? He's one of those Kunari, the big guys with the horns. He leads from the front. He pays well, and he's a lot smarter than the last bastard I worked for. Best of all, he's professional. We accept contracts with whoever makes the first real offer. You're the first time he's gone out of his way to pick a side.
That's not suspicious.
Why did your commander send us this information?
Iron Bull wants to work for the Inquisition. He thinks you're doing good work.
I look forward to meeting this Iron Bull.
We're the best you'll find. Come to the Storm Coast and you can see us in action.
And we're gonna have tons of sex with him. And then Cullen's gonna accidentally walk in. And then Cassandra's gonna accidentally walk in.
I don't know.
And then Josephine's gonna accidentally walk in. Seriously, if you haven't seen the Iron Bull sex scene, I highly recommend it. It is legitimately hilarious. It's also kind of sweet, but it starts off hilarious.
You were saying something about... Cullen?
Yes. Haven has limited space for our soldiers to train. Perhaps we could set up something over here.
My dearest Vivienne, you cannot have heard the shocking allegations against the Inquisition, or surely you would never have been seen with them. Allow me, as a friend, to open your eyes. People are saying the divine Justinia is indeed alive, but that the Inquisition, her closest advisors and trusted servants, have orchestrated all the chaos on her orders. That it was the Seeker Pentagast and Seeker Nightingale who sabotaged the Conclave to eliminate opposition within the Chantry and cut off the heads of the Mage Rebellion and Templars. To save your reputation, you must escape this acquaintance immediately. Let's go with Liliana for that one. The confrontation with Mother Havara and the Val Royal has a desired effect. To a point, the Chantry's condemnation of the Inquisition was lost amid a flurry of speculation over the actions of Lord Seeker Lucius, as well as a divide in the opinions of the remaining Chantry clerics. There are, however, clerics still loudly denouncing the Herald of Andraste. The Inquisition could leave them to their speeches, but dealing with them before the Chantry elects a new divine could be of benefit. I think we'll send Josephine to that one. Diplomacy won the day. The clerics chose to receive aid. The clerics chosen to receive aid have been most appreciative and have successfully drowned out our detractors. This has caused an internal struggle. Clerics hiring thugs to kill other clerics. I was forced to intervene. Such despicable behavior from those who aspire to the sunburst throne. The mood in the Grand Cathedral is tense, but for now the Chantry can be counted as a political ally. We could gather coin. Before the Fifth Blight and the arrival of the hero Ferelden, Haven was occupied by cultists who worshipped a dragon, one they believed to be Andraste reborn. Both the cultists and their dragon are long gone by the time the Chantry arrived to rebuild the Temple of the Sacred Ashes, but there may still be undiscovered passages. We should go uncover something. Let's send Liliana to that. It's incredible how many passages remained undiscovered even after the Chantry's arrival, and they scoured every inch of these mountains for years in search of anything related to the sacred ashes. The cult didn't build all of this, it was here long before, and who knows how many years it would take to find it all. Of the new passages were mostly empty or contained goods beyond salvage. A few, however, yielded artifacts of interest, and one contained runes we haven't translated yet. Fascinating. Okay. No, it's okay, Warcraft Code, because the Exalted March is over. We're done. The Chantry is no longer a problem. Oh, God. Crazy Norse.
Let's see what we have.
Runes, blah, blah, blah. Reference to the Guardian, island off the northern coast. Curious. I wouldn't worry too much about it. You know what ruins a party? Bees. I know a man who teaches how to jar them safe but angry. Stingy but good. No good for honey, but great for throwing. Sarah has scribbled a jar of bees hitting someone on the face and also a butt. Thanks, Sarah. Cool. We now have the jar of bees grenade recipe. Cool. So let's go save these soldiers. New area unlocked. Not now, though. I suppose we should unlock this area, too, really quick. There. So we're bringing Sarah, Vivienne, and I guess that's actually it at the moment. I'll bring Cassandra for the moment. Stuff. Gotta have spiders. Spiders. Excuse me. Okay. Whoops, hang on. We have Vivienne now, so we can turn this thing in. Thank you for reminding me, Gentle.
Just rumors.
I will be excused. Once I finally leave the hinterlands.
Greetings.
If you're a mage, why aren't you with the rebel mages?
I was an enchanter in the College of Equitarians. We wanted tolerance, not war. By rights, I am sworn to join the rebels. But I had friends among the Templars. I will not fight them. I know my own strength. I have no fear of demons. I will keep to myself and harm none.
I believe this is your phylactery. I found it on the body of a dead Templar named Matrin.
Ah. I suspected he died when he did not join me or send word. Maker curse the fools who started this war. And the fools who now fight it. Thank you. Matrin was important to me. Here, for your trouble.
The Inquisition could use the skills of a powerful mage.
If I wished to kill others, I would have joined the rebels. How is the Inquisition any better?
The Inquisition is our chance to restore order, Enchanter. Without it, we'll be no better than apostates.
Madame Vivienne, court mage of the Empress of Orlais. I am honored. And if you back the Inquisition, so shall I. My skills are yours. Just give me a moment to gather my things.
So, thank you, Kieran Elior. Always appreciate. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Yeah, apparently we can just do it by being a mage. Who knew? Is that Black Warden? Yeah, that's Black Warden. Black Wall. Excuse me. What's that? That's that. We're not doing that. That requires something else. Let's do this really quick. We are always one with the hinterlands. Reunion. Sorry. Have I given the no music negative yet? Nope. That's true. We need to try out these new mounts. Let's see. How do I equip these mounts? Well, while we're here, what we should actually do is we should make sure they're up to date. They probably are, if I were to guess on the matter. Yeah, I just do not have a lot of gear right now. So that's going towards the Kingdom Hearts block. Paper Mario, the Origami King, and the Zelda block. You got it. Thank you, Kieran, always.
If those refugees are going to defend themselves, they'll need real defenses. I've got a few ideas.
I've built watchtowers in the areas you recommended.
Nicely done. That'll give both your refugees and our farmers some warning next time trouble pays a visit. I'll speak to the Master and have weapons sent to your people at the crossroads.
mean, I would agree with that, Janthel. But that still comes into the category of no music. No music at its most fundamental core is just using music incorrectly.
Nothing to report, sir.
It would be amusing and horrible, Bragon, which... that tracks. What's your reasoning, Von Falkenstein? Not that I'm disagreeing, I'm just curious. Actually, I do have WoW Hinterlands music, but you'll have to give me a minute to find it. Song titles are inconsistent in WoW. Or we could go with the other Hinterland song. Which would be... somewhere. Hang on, just a sec. Ah, you're fine, 5. We had to look at this anyways. Very good, Giga. I mean, yeah, Dakota. We spent 7 hours in the Hinterlands yesterday, and we're not done with it. It's okay. A lot of people showed up. We had a lot of interesting discussions. But, yeah, they had nothing to do with the game we were playing, really. No, this is the Howling Fjord, you're putting. About that, I think. Vivian, of course, will be full barrier, as if there's any other option. I'm telling you, that ramming minigame. I would have salvaged the whole zone right there. I noticed that too, Janthel. Bianca was arguably overpowered in Dragon Age 2, probably on purpose, to accommodate the fact that he was locked into that. Ice cream. Okay. Let's go recruit Blackwall, shall we? We'll just go across the water here. Unfortunately, we're water soluble. It's okay, surely we can cross over here. Holy crap, we actually can. Was not expecting that. Yeah, the fact that Varric was A, not supposed to be in this game at all, and B, was supposed to die, probably it leads to C, the fact that, you know, they didn't... He's not as well designed as he should be, let's put it that way. Like, this is going to sound like a weird segue, but a lot of people think monks are overpowered in D&D. And while that's true, it's also not true because, you know, most classes are overpowered in D&D. That's how that works. The only difference is monks are given special abilities to compensate for the fact that they don't have an advantage every other class has. Gear. Monks just don't get the same kind of gear push that everyone else gets. So they have to have something to compensate for that. It's the same idea with Varric. He needs to have that extra little oomph of design to make him better because you cannot change out his crossbow. He has to use Bianca. It's weird to think about, isn't it, prisoners?
Line there and there, no gaps. Remember how to carry your shields. You're not hiding, you're holding. Otherwise, it's useless.
Blackwall. Warden Blackwall.
You're not... How do you know my name? Who said... Ah!
Nice reflex.
That's it. Help or get out. We're dealing with these idiots first. Conscripts, here they come!
Well, it depends on the addition to Estus Flakes.
Hold the wall, men!
And yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 had tons of gear for everybody, not just monks. It's worth noting. Yeah, Blackwall's kind of the Gil of this game, isn't he?
Sorry, bastards. Good work, conscripts. Even if this shouldn't have happened, they could have... Well, thieves are made, not born. Take back what they stole. Go back to your families. You saved yourselves. You're no farmer. Why do you know my name? Who are you?
I know your name because I'm an agent of the Inquisition. I'm investigating whether the disappearance of wardens has anything to do with the murder of the Divine.
Maker's balls. The Wardens and the Divine. That can't... No, you're asking so you don't really know. First off, I didn't know they disappeared. But we do that, right? No more blight, job done. Wardens are the first thing forgotten. But one thing I'll tell you, no warden killed the Divine. Our purpose isn't political.
So, you can already tell that he's blowing a little bit of smoke here. You notice his answer was one of those vague, doesn't really answer the question kind of answers?
I'm not here to accuse, not yet. I just need information. I've only found you. Where are the rest?
I haven't seen any wardens for months. I travel alone. Recruiting. Not much interest because the Archdemon is a decade dead, and no need to conscript because there's no blight coming. Treaties give wardens the right to take what we need, who we need. These idiots forced this fight, so I conscripted their victims. They had to do what I said, so I told them to stand. Next time they won't need me. Grey Wardens can inspire. Make you better than you think you are.
Really?
I wasn't aware Grey Wardens could take whatever they want.
It's complicated. If there's a blight, everyone has to help the effort to fight it. The treaties are ancient. Outside of blights, it's as binding as a clever tongue can make it.
Do you have any idea where the other Wardens could have gone?
Maybe they returned to our stronghold at Weishaupt. That's in the Anderfels, a long way north. I don't really know. Can't imagine why they'd all disappear at once. Let alone where they disappear to.
Why haven't you gone missing like the rest of them?
Well, maybe I was going to. Or maybe there's a new directive but a runner got lost or something. My job was to recruit on my own. Plan to stay that way for months. Years.
It's been a pleasure, Warden Blackwall, but this didn't help at all.
Inquisition. Agent, did you say? Hold a moment. The Divine is dead and the sky is torn. Events like these, thinking we're absent is almost as bad as thinking we're involved. If you're trying to put things right, maybe you need a warden. Maybe you need me.
Yeah, we'll leave you home.
The Inquisition needs all the support it can get. But what can one Grey Warden do?
Save the fucking world if pressed. Look, maybe fighting demons from the sky isn't something I'm practiced at. But show me someone who is. And like I said, there are treaties. Maybe this isn't a blight, but it's bloody well a disaster. Some will honor them. Being a warden means something to a lot of people.
Warden Blackwall, the Inquisition accepts your offer.
Good to hear. We both need to know what's going on. And perhaps I've been keeping to myself for too long. This warden walks with the Inquisition.
Cool. Oh, welcome to the crew. Yes. You know me, Dr. Winter. I think it's probably more nuanced than that. But the problem is, you also know me. Like, I can't give you a broad general statement on the matter. It would have to come down to something specific. Oh yeah, I'd show this off, and I've already lost my chance to do so. Hang on. Yeah, let's get some music going first. Suppose we could try this again. Hey, English one. I just got told that my opinion on a video game isn't worth listening to for the hyper-billionth time. So I was checking my YouTube comments in the middle of that cutscene, which probably says something about my opinion on Blackwall in a nutshell. He's definitely worth listening to. I mean, I don't really mind people disagreeing with me. Oh, I just check everything, Vulcan Rio. The way I have my YouTube comments set up is that every YouTube comment has to be approved by me manually. You might think, oh, that's evil and horrible and you're awful. And you'd be wrong. The whole benefit of doing that is it ensures a nice, efficient way to be able to read all of my comments. If I didn't do that, I would never be able to read all my comments, because there is no mechanism built into YouTube to allow you to read all that stuff. So, yeah, that's on YouTube sucking, but it's still worthy of note. Anyways, what I find most amusing about that, Blade, are you there? Because I want to drag you into the spotlight for a second. That was on the archive channel. The original channel gets all kinds of nonsense comments, usually on Star Trek videos telling me that I'm stupid because I had an issue with the fact that an episode was bad. Or worse, that I dared to say an episode was good. I get that one pretty often, too. Little loud. I mean, kinda, yeah, and a little freedom. What's really funny is I've encountered plenty of really good Trek fans over the years. Like, quite a few. And there's the rest. We're gonna make one last attempt at this for now. Just because it's irritating me that it's right here. It's like right in the way of this little pathway going east. It's like, ah, damn, I got out of my way. Yes. I haven't seen Lower Decks and therefore cannot form an opinion on it. So it might help if I had the boss music ready to go. We'll go with...
Like to live, thanks!
So, you're probably wondering what I was talking about with regards to the auto bite. Check this out. So we're going to target him, and then we're going to unpause. Check it out. Hands off the keyboard. There's actually an auto attack in this game. It's only in tactical mode, though. I discovered this last night. Did you notice it even homes in on the enemy? Okay, here, watch this. Check this out. If I go up here and just target here, I will automatically move to target the enemy regardless of my positioning. Now, I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is what I am also talking about, Von Falkenstein. But there is, of course, only one way to know. Right, that needs to be clear. While we're on the subject. Find out. Nope. Get out of tactical. There we go. Holy crap, there is actually an auto attack. I will confess to being wrong. I am legitimately shocked at that. Now, let me partially explain why this is so funny. Because not only was it completely unbound to anything by default, but it also, after a Google search, which is where I found the other thing, I came up with nothing. Nobody anywhere apparently has found that. Or at least, nobody had found that until they patched it in. So, negative removed. Holy crap. I'm honestly shocked by that. Anyways, so what I was trying to say is that in my searching, I did find out that even before whatever patch was done, if you go and you go up to tactical mode, there is an auto battle format, like I was just showcasing, which was just, I was going to point out, was making it even weirder that there was no auto attack, but apparently they patched it back in. So hey, cool. Okay, we're actually done here. Let's get out of here. What am I doing? Yeah, let's go to the Storm Coast. We gotta recruit Iron Bull, after all. I almost wish we were back in the hinterlands.
Your worship, for what it's worth, welcome to the Storm Coast. I would have sent word sooner, but our efforts have been delayed.
How so?
There's a group of bandits operating in the area. They know the terrain, and our small party has had trouble going up against them. Some of our soldiers went to speak with their leader. Haven't heard back, though.
Thanks for the report, Harding.
Of course. The soldiers didn't have an exact location for the bandits, but they were starting their search farther down the beach. With all this fuss, we haven't been able to conduct a proper search for the wardens either. Well, good luck, and enjoy the sea air. I hear it's good for the soul.
Yeah, I'll accept the egg on my face on that one about Falkenstein.
This might interest you, sir.
What is it?
Could prove useful, sir.
Ignore the dragon in the background. It's fine. It's fine. Because it's the best armor I have access to, Trahexia. Favorite dragon fight? Oh, geez, I don't know. I'll ask the crowd that same question, though. Well, the Dragon Age 2 one's also scaled with you, so there was no reason to, ever change, right? Spine of Deathwing. Ah! I mean, it's probably a WoW fight. It's probably a WoW fight.
Chargers! Stand down! Krim! How'd we do?
5 or 6 wounded, Chief. No dead.
That's what I like to hear. Let the throat cutters finish up, then break out the casks. So, you're with the Inquisition, huh? Glad you could make it. Come on, have a seat. Drinks are coming.
Iron Bull, I presume.
Yeah, the horns usually give it away. I assume you remember Cremisius Aclassi, my lieutenant.
Good to see you again. Throat cutters are done, Chief.
Already? Have him check again. I don't want any of those Tevinter bastards getting away. No offense, Krem.
None taken. At least a bastard knows who his mother was. Puts him one up on you Canary, right?
So, you've seen us fight. We're expensive, but we're worth it. And I'm sure the Inquisition can afford us.
How much is this going to cost me, exactly?
Wouldn't cost you anything personally. Unless you want to buy drinks later. Your ambassador, what's her name? Josephine. We'd go through her and get the payments set up. Gold will take care of itself. Don't worry about that. All that matters is we're worth it.
The Chargers seem like an excellent company.
They are, but you're not just getting the boys. You're getting me. You need a frontline bodyguard. I'm your man. Whatever it is. Demons? Dragons? The bigger the better. And there's one other thing. Might be useful. Might piss you off. Ever hear of the Ben Hasra?
They're a Canary organization, right? The equivalent of their guards and City Watch.
I'd go closer to spies. But yeah, that's them. Or, well, us. The Ben Hasrath are concerned about the breach. Magic out of control like that could cause trouble everywhere. I've been ordered to join the Inquisition, get close to the people in charge, and send reports on what's happened. But I also get reports from Ben Hasrath agents all over Orlais. You sign me on, I'll share them with your people.
You're a Canary spy, and you just
told me?
Whatever happened at that conclave thing, it's bad. Someone needs to get that breach closed. So whatever I am, I'm on your side.
You still could have hidden what you are.
From something called the Inquisition. I'd have been tipped sooner or later. Better you hear it right up front from me.
He's right. And also, that is very Kunari. We kind of had a similar situation with the Arashock, if you remember. They tend to be pretty upfront and pretty blunt about things, which is probably the only thing I actually value about the Kunari.
What would you send home in these reports of yours?
Enough to keep my superiors happy. Nothing that'll compromise your operations. The Kunari want to know if they need to launch an invasion to stop the whole damn world from falling apart. You let me send word of what you're doing, it'll put some minds at ease. That's good for everyone.
What's in these Ben Hasrath reports you're offering to share?
Enemy movements, suspicious activity, intriguing gossip. It's a bit of everything. Alone they're not much, but if your spy master is worth a damn, she'll put him to good use.
She?
I did a little research. Plus, I've always had a weakness for redheads.
All right, you're in.
Excellent. Prem, tell the men to finish drinking on the road. The Chargers just got hired.
What about the casks, Chief? We just opened them up with axes.
Find some way to seal them. You're Tervinter, right? Try blood magic. We'll meet you back at Haven.
Yep, sorry. I'm not a redhead. So have you noticed, it's all really little stuff, and I'm probably going to give the whole game a single negative for it, but the interface is just wrong. Like, do you see how that animation doesn't really play right as we switch through these? Do you see that? There's just a lot of little weird, awkward moments like that in the interface. And I've been noticing them as we go through here. It's just little stuff, right? Anyways. Oh, wrong thing. I mean, I firmly believe it's because of the frostbite problem we've already talked about, but I could be wrong. Exactly. It's only really set up to go correctly if you go immediately left to right. If you skip anything, it falls apart instantly. It's true, Blade Taval. Oh, Blade Taval, you're back. Cool. I just want to say once again that I appreciate you actually giving me well thought out and well reasoned reasons for disagreeing with me instead of just whinging on the YouTube comment section, because I just read a whinge on a YouTube comment section which reminded me of how much I'm grateful for people who give me actual frickin' feedback and disagreements. We'll look at it later, Von Falkenstein. We need him to be spin to win first. Now, I hear there's good things in this cave down here. Yeah, whinging is, I'm pretty sure it is actually a word, but generally speaking, when I hear it used, and when I use it myself, it's to refer to the least valid kind of complaint, right? There's nothing wrong with a complaint, but if you're whining, well, there might be some validity to your complaint, but you're still whining. But if you're whinging, no, at that point your complaint is invalid and you're just being a dick. Ah, perfect, it worked. Just making sure.
One down.
That's a good question, Jesse's Mess. Yeah, it does sound like a game show thing, right? I used to watch a lot of those back in the day. And there are quite a few which have the, spin to win concept. Wow, this is dark. Yeah, last time we were here, I had to play this exact cave like this. Because there were no mods back then. Does that include inventory management? Nope. I mean, if you want to mock me, that's easy. Look at me and be like, hey, your face is dumb. It's true. My face is dumb. The rest of me's dumb too, but especially that face. Ugh. Well, let's go fight a dragon. I mean, the spin-to-win gameplay concept exists for a reason. In a fairly large quantity of video games, Whirlwind is an overpowered ability. That was true in World of Warcraft, and Diablo 2, and Diablo 3. Path of Exile has several builds like that.
That's badass.
Wow, we can watch, yeah?
Whoops. I was trying to... shoot. I was just trying to look at the health. Oh, dragon flew away. Time to kill a giant. Avoid that. Avoid that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine here. Right, I don't have a dodge button. Oh, Jesus, move. That one-shot me. That's actually impressive. Yeah, no, that probably should have one-shot me. It's just vaguely impressive. Yeah, this whole menu is probably its own separate negative. Or 2, or 3. It's hard to put into words how awful the inventory management is in this game. And I should jot that down in case I haven't already. I have not. Yeah, fonts, not great. Tabs, not great. Mouse over doesn't work quite right. Moving through tabs, just the whole thing. Like, top to bottom. It's obvious, because it's like this was an engine not designed to be used. Highest negatives I've ever given for one individual thing? Well, I mean, okay, so the technically answer there is 3, but I get what you're asking. That would probably be the Sister of T'Kuvma story arc in Star Trek Online, which got 40 negatives to itself. Now, that's an entire story arc. But still, that was terrible. Now, I don't remember how much the Mass Effect 3 outro got off the top of my head. It was quite a few. Well, let me put it to you this way, Thomas Eladrin. Let's say you sit down and you're going to program something, okay? Now, first of all, what the engine's designed and optimized for may or may not be conducive to what you want to do it, and everybody who's worked on this project has admitted rather openly that this engine sucked to work with. But hang on, that's not even the real problem here. Because if you went right now to do, I don't know, Unreal or Godot or something else like that, you would be able to reach out and get YouTube videos, tutorial guides, resources, Google, to be able to figure out what to do. Imagine you have none of that. So you just have to make it up as you go on the fly. Yeah, I mean, with Unreal specifically, you can actually reach out to Epic. It's for all my issues I have with the company. They have a pretty decent support staff. On both axes, Dr. Winter, or just story? Because the 40 I just mentioned is both axes. Yeah, for not the first time in this week, I can say it's astonishing this game is as good as it is. Because it really shouldn't be. You mouse over. What's it say? Good luck. 14. So yeah, sounds like the Sister of Takuma still wins that particular contest. Which I stand behind because the Sister of Takuma was freaking terrible. There's also technically 2 story arcs, even though it was really just 1 story.
Sarah, I had a thought. The next time we run into a line of enemies, I'll pick you up and throw you.
Get off.
No, this could work. I loft you over the front ranks. You land behind them to flank. Mayhem ensues.
I can't fly, you daft tit.
Think of the mayhem, Sarah. Mayhem.
I'd get a wedge up something fierce.
Look, you and Varric are the only ones small enough, and he's pretty dense.
We'll do some bloody presses.
I was going to say, I can think of several games where that's a valid strategy. In Baldur's Gate 3, you put one of your party members into a chest and then throw her through reality in order to bug yourself into the final cutscene of the game. That's a bit of a simplified take on what happens, but you get the point.
Shall we make camp or move on?
Yes, really, it's the current speedrunning tactic. It's down to 3 minutes and some change. It is exactly as hilarious as it sounds, too, to watch. It's only 3 minutes, but you...
Got to be something here.
The thing is, you're probably going to want to actually read up on what happens, because just watching it is just going to leave you going, huh?
The Wardens were here at some point.
So, sorry, I probably should have read that out loud, but that's interesting. The Grey Wardens were asked by a fisherman's son if he could join the Grey Wardens. The Warden denied him specifically because he decided that he was too young to waste his life away in service to the Wardens and the eventual death that follows, just because he's tired of throwing a net. It's a speedrun, Zeros. That's how that works. Like, don't mistake me. I know speedrunning isn't for everybody, but that's sort of the point of a speedrun. Any percent, especially. Which is called that because any percent doesn't care about anything other than getting to the end of the game. don't get me started on 100%, which usually is not 100% of the game. Here's hoping everything's fine. Played well. Most positives I've ever given one thing. Ooh, that's a tough one. Ironically, my first thought is also an outro, Lufia 2. But let me think about that for a minute. I think it might also be Star Trek Online. Star Trek Online has some of the most insanely in-depth builds gameplay I've ever seen in gaming. And I think we gave something like 15 or so positives just for the build gameplay that exists in Star Trek Online. So don't quote me on that, but that's the one that comes to mind immediately. Oh yeah, super balanced. Actually, STO does a good job of making most builds viable, which is kind of required for good build gameplay. Unlike, say, Guild Wars 2, which does not. Favorite move mechanic in a game that is not Spider-Man for the PS4? Because that's the answer to that. They're really leaning heavily into the mage build on Falkenstein. Like, really heavily. Best movement tech that is... God damn it. Best movement tech that isn't Spider-Man on the PS4. Well, I can actually answer that directly. At least of the games we've covered. Although we haven't covered Spider-Man on the PS4, so that by default doesn't count. Let's just go look up Traversal, because I have a spreadsheet that keeps track of all this kind of thing. Traversal, here we go. Boop. Let's see. Oh my god, come on. Wake up, wake up. Metroid Dread is on top right now. Try to be shocked. Yeah, no, it looks like Metroid Dread just wins that. I would also put A Hat in Time pretty high up there. So there you go. Of the games we've covered, I would say it's either Metroid Dread or A Hat in Time. Depending on how you define it. I have not played a Punisher game. But I'm aware of. Oh my god! Okay, Okay, I reserve the right to skip this one. Saying it up front. Oh, I missed one. Oh, come on! I had that. And I completely missed one. God damn it. Oh, God. Alright. No. Alright, I give up. It's taking too long. Moving on. Let's see. What else can we do? We're actually done with the hinterlands for the time being, Yura. So, no, we did it. We did the hinterlands.
Those must be the bandits Harding mentioned.
It does look kind of like the hinterlands. But it's raining. So as you can see, it's not really the hinterlands. That's a Mabari? That didn't even look like a dog. Probably Jesse's mask. Also, probably because of what I said earlier. They really shouldn't have let you even go to the hinterlands until you finished Val Royale. I stand firm in that opinion. And they probably know it, too. No. Why are you... There you go. Yeah. I mean, it's a really, really, really common trend where gameplay is better the less attention you're paying to it. I mean, how many of you can think of a game right now that you enjoyed a lot more when you had a second monitor or a TV set up where you're watching TV, or watching Netflix, or watching YouTube, or whatever, while playing the game? I'll never forget the very first time I ever realized that was how I was enjoying a game, was when I wasn't paying attention to it. And that just, it was Asheron's Call, I'll tell you that flat out. I think I've already told this story. I was grinding some freaking Tuskers, and I was like, man, this is great. I barely have to pay attention to the game, and I've got Comedy Central to watch on the side. And it just sort of struck me rather suddenly, like, wait. That's not a good thing. Because all I was picturing was from my perspective, which was the fact that the game was all of the sudden a lot less frustrating and irritating. Not why. Like, as much praise as I heap on Asheron's Call, it's mostly because it was better than the competition, not because it was actually a good game. Oh, jeez, Bragan. Yeah, then WoW came out and completely blew Asheron's Call out of the water. As much as scorn as I heap upon vanilla, it's worth noting it really was heads and shoulders better than everything else at the time. And honestly, better than several other games that have come out since in the MMO space. That was strange. Sarah's fine. Oh god, EverQuest 2. You'll notice that since we've left the hinterlands, we haven't really had it, like, any banter. That's being disingenuous because we haven't had one banter since we left. Starting to think that we haven't actually fixed that bug, or rather they haven't actually fixed that bug.
So, Sarah, a few fights ago, there was this one guy. I had his leg wounded, his shield down.
Oh, him, yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, see, I had him. I was winding up for the killing blow and everything. You didn't need to take him.
I wanted to see if I could get him without hitting you.
What I'm saying is, please stop stealing my kills, Sarah.
That's not a thing. Get faster.
All right. You're not stealing, you're helping. Kill helping, that's fine.
Yep, Sarah's a kill stealer. Boot her! Nothing, Spartan. Nothing at all. In real talk, though, I'm not sure if the bug has ever been fixed or not. I don't even have a way of telling, really.
This belonged to the Wardens.
So, at launch, there was a bug in which an inordinate quantity of the banter just wouldn't trigger. At all.
The Wardens must have moved on.
What do they do when there's not a blight, anyway?
Recruit for the next blight. Try to hold on to political and material power so they can keep operating for when the next blight happens. Experiment with nation building, you know, little stuff like that. Yeah, that's the thing. I do still think we're getting the no banter bug. I do. Because
Not a bad spot to camp.
the density of banter we're getting is still way too low. Like, do you see this? Because in all of that, which is the last about an hour or so, we have encountered 2 bits of banter. That seems low to me. I'm not saying I want no scuff discussion. I'm just saying that density is not quite right. To my knowledge, no, Jesse's Mask. Because there are... It's a timer thing, from what I'm mistaken. Please correct me if I'm wrong about this, because I just realized I haven't looked this up in a long enough time that I don't remember. So let me just say that. I don't remember, is actually the truth. It's been a while. Of course not, Shadow Machine. We're not going to install any mods. We don't do mods in this game. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go fight some invisible spiders. Well, at least I can do this. So this is also not a negative. Let's start browsing YouTube. Let's see here. Oh, hang on. God damn it. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what my latest haters have commented on, shall we? I actually have that all set up on my phone, too, so I can check comments on my phone. What just happened? What keeps happening? Is that... Okay, that did not look deep enough to trigger us being water soluble. I'm gonna lie, or I'm not gonna lie. Okay, whatever. What am I doing? Wow. Alright, no comments on that channel. Let's check the other channel. Nah, I don't care about you. I have someone saying they're not sure if I've ever played Dragon Age Inquisition before. I have one person saying they're happy that they caught the Druffalo quest, which was awesome. Do you mind? I have played 3 of the Infamous games, to my knowledge. Or, I said that wrong. I have played all of the Infamous games to my knowledge, which is 3 of them. There we go, that's what I meant. I have no idea Von Falkenstein. Which is why I had to phrase that weirdly. Unfortunately, no other comments. Alas! I have to start getting desperate for comments. I need my comments, you don't understand. I need these comments. I have played Dying Light 100% with my friends. I have never played Dying Light 2, and hopefully never will. There's no dragon around here, don't be... Ah! Invisible enemies! Everywhere! Is that bear still chasing me? Is there no leash radius in this game? Oh, Jesus. As if I need anything else to make Dying Light 2 even worse of a game. Adding microtransactions to that crap. I mean, Dying Light 1 wasn't exactly a game that blew my socks off, but it did a lot right, especially on the gameplay axis. So I'll always give it credit for that. Yep. Yeah, they're owned by the most evil of all the gaming publishers out there right now. These are Skull. Yeah, Prototype had some good movement tech. I agree with that. Yeah, trust me, I know the feelings, Vladislav. No, yeah, Tencent's, one of the reasons that Tencent bothers me so much isn't the fact that they're a horrifically evil company on behalf of an organization that is probably by themselves considered horrifically evil as well. But it's the fact that Tencent has been very studiously and carefully spending a lot of time and effort over the course of years to buy up influence on as many other gaming companies as they can. They have their fingers in so many pots, it's actually kind of bonkers to think about it. And the reason they get away with it is A, they're a foreign investor, which uses different rules, and B, they only own a little bit of each of those little companies, right? You look at them and it's like, oh, well, you know, they don't have a controlling interest. And that's true. Hell, I have heard people, you know, non-legal side, just everyday people give the defensive, well, you know, they don't have a controlling interest. So it's not the end of the world, right? I mean, yeah, it doesn't work that way. It's super duper summary. What I was trying to say... It's also worth noting that just because they don't have a controlling interest doesn't mean they don't have control or interest. They have plenty of influence on the gaming industry, and they probably shouldn't, if we're just being really blunt about that. Sure thing, Krensler. Oh, the minigame. 10 times out of 10, Dr. Winter. Although I do also like the minigame to be good. So, you know, that'd be nice. I don't mean to say that as if it's being facetious, but for example, I am not a fan of lockpicking in Oblivion. I would much rather just brute force that crap and let the dice rolls do it. But I actually rather like doing the lockpicking in Fallout 3. So, with that. I haven't seen that yet, JC's Mask. Yeah, minigames can't be good. They have to be there to frustrate you and irritate you and encourage you, by consequence of frustration, to bypass them by smearing Omnigel on them. I've never played Gothic, but I've seen it several times. Alas, that means I have no idea what the lockpicking is like in it. As an aside, joking aside, I do think that the ability to bypass minigames is generally good design. Being able to smear Omnigel is probably better than not, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, on Falkenstein. All you have to do is be level 8, I think. Do a side quest. And then have infinite access to every lock in the game. I'm afraid you are incorrect, Svatoslav. So... I can actually say this pretty definitively. Ooh, what is that? It's a dragon lane. That sounds safe. So in Oblivion, there's 5 cylinders, I think is the term. And how many of them are up or down it depends on how difficult the lock is. So you have to, and you have to like click it at the right time. Pins, thank you. And then if you screw it up, you know, you can have a chance to break your lockpick and stuff like that. In Fallout 3, you have to kind of tilt the thing and kind of a combination of listen and pay attention in order to actually find where the sweet spot is and then hit it. There's also some mods that work with that a little bit too. But overall, it's a lot less frustrating to me, just personally. But also, I have found, and this is anecdotal evidence, more people can figure out how to do the Fallout lockpicking, whereas most people look at the Oblivion lockpicking like, And yeah, I'm pretty sure Skyrim uses the Fallout system. Almost certain. Okay, thank you for confirming about Volkerstein. Now, I remember...
How do I know seaweed?
I remember in Fallout New Vegas, they added another layer to that. You had to have X amount of skill to even attempt the lockpick. Oh, that's just an astrolabe. I don't care. If you didn't, then you couldn't even start the attempt. I don't know what I think of that, and we'll have to debate that when we get to the BRPG block, where we'll be covering these things side by side. My knee-jerk instinctual reaction is that I don't like it, but we'll save that for when we're actually there. I mean, the puzzles are neat von Falkenstein. It's just at this point I don't really feel like I have the time to bother. But I do think the BRPG block will require hydration. Yes, so much hydration. Running out. It does, Surf. It's my own terminology. Because... North. You know what I mean, right? Like, there is a style of RPG that is the BRPG block, which... I don't know how else to describe. It's its own specific styling of RPG, and it's not exclusive to Bethesda games. It's immediately distinguishable from a typical CRPG. Even if it would probably take me a few minutes to try and debate the variance there, you know what I mean. Oblivion and Baldur's Gate 3 are just so demonstrably different of games, right? I'm not sure what I would call Kingdoms of Amalur. I've only played through Kingdoms of Amalur the one time, and it was for the show, and it was also for Rumination, so I have very, very, very vague memories of the game, as all Rumination games were. I mean, yeah, it's an ARPG, but ARPG itself is an umbrella term. I mean, even BRPGs are ARPGs, for example. That's what we're literally discussing, Anguished One. It stands for Bethesda RPG. It refers to their particular style of RPG design, which is also occasionally used by other companies like Oblivion. Now I got a sub. Thank you, Glorious Barbarian. I apologize for not saying thank you sooner. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Thank you. My favorite type of RPG? Ooh. So, let's go ahead and get the obvious answer out of the way. Not applicable. Because, as I've said many, many times, I don't like genres, or creators, or teams. Or, anything like that. I like results, right? I like songs, I like movies, and I like games. But, you put a gun to my head, Outer Worlds is absolutely a BRPG, top to bottom. I do. I like high numbers, and I cannot lie. But if you put a gun to my head and say, pick my favorite type of RPG, by the numbers, it would probably be JRPG. Lord knows there's a bunch of terrible JRPGs out there. But some of my favorite games of all time are also JRPGs. I don't like that answer, though. Because that's like... Yeah, Secret of the Stars is a JRPG, you know? That's just... And there's also the less obviously bad games, like games that are just as good as they are bad, like several Tales ofs, for example. Or games that have severely problematic problems that get in the way of enjoying an otherwise interesting game, like several Dragon Quests. And so it's like, and even the Final Fantasy series has some, well, it has FF2, you know, and FF3 on the DS, and FF15, and FF13, and so forth and so on. I mean, the general rule of thumb is if you've played a game for an hour and it has not hooked you, then the game is doing something wrong. That is exactly why I'm so harsh about intros. Okay, we're gonna go around, because it looked climbable. Honestly, I would have just... If I was the developer here, I would have just let us Mako everything. Because it's clear they don't know what overworld design is to begin with, first of all. And second of all, this physics. This physics. Go over here. No, a little more over to the right. There we go. There we go. Oh, Jesus, there's an enemy right here. Die, monster. Who are you, and why are you trying to kill me? Yeah, Mother 1 is, I mean, honestly, a lot of older RPGs, J and otherwise, have the 1 hour problem. What I find most interesting... Yes, Hira. What I find most interesting is some games that I would consider really problematic games actually tend to have a really good intro. Arcanum, for example, which is a very problematic game with tons and tons and tons of issues to it, has a very strong intro. Like, both narratively and gameplay-wise. In fact, I would say gameplay-wise, the intro is probably the best part of the game. So, shrug, you know. Baldur's Gate 2 is another game that has a very strong intro, despite being problematic. Oh, I'm kind of with you, Dr. Hunter. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. Breath of the Wild has ruined me for climbing in every game ever since. For those of you not aware, in Breath of the Wild, you can climb any freaking thing. You are limited by your stamina bar, but that's it. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. So, still trying to think of, like, my favorite category of RPG. Honestly, yeah, you're probably right, Jesse's Mouse. RPGs I've always wanted to try but haven't. Other than the obvious stuff, I'm gonna go with no.
These must be the missing soldiers.
Someone should pay for this.
It looks like the bandits are camped further along the beach.
Yeah, I don't think there's any particular RPG out there that I've always had a burning desire to play and I just haven't had a chance to. Other than the obvious, like I've always wanted to play Origami King, but that's because it's a Paper Mario game that I haven't played. Like that, I want to play Starfield, but of course I frickin' do. It's a BRPG that just came out and so forth. Like, I don't feel like those answer your question, you know? So I'm gonna go with null. I believe Origami King might be on its own. I'm not sure. Because the Mario & Luigi block is the Mario & Luigi block. Which I forget how far that goes. So what's my opinion on carry capacity and weapon and armor durability in a game? If it's a game designed around the concept, it not only doesn't bother me, but can actually enhance the overall approval of the game. I'll use a direct example. Dying Light. Dying Light 1, specifically, excuse me, has weapon durability. But it does it very smartly and in a way that actually makes rotating through weapons kind of part of the game. It also does a lot of other conjoining things which make it so that that doesn't become irritating like it normally does. It's pretty much the total opposite of Breath of the Wild, and I will be bringing it up when we get to the Breath of the Wild review. Wow, that dog has some health. Jesus. Yeah, exactly. Don't just have durability. Don't just have limited inventory. It's understandable in some older RPGs because limitations of hardware. But you don't just do it for the sake of itself, right? I suppose that's my answer in a nutshell. It's okay, they died warm and dry. While being frozen to death. Yeah, a game where survival or even like building is a major element of the game, I could see inventory capacity being a thing. I tend to approach this from the exact same perspective when it comes to my D&D campaigns. If inventory or weight matter, then it matters, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't. If you try, the example I always love to use is if you try to loot a couch, we're going to have some problems, but otherwise I don't care. Similarly, if you're doing some kind, like we talked about this in Dragon Age Origins, if you're doing some kind of deep roads expedition, then yeah, I'm going to make you keep track of your weight and your inventory because it's part of the gameplay at that point. It's part of the survival mechanism of trying to endure the deep roads. But in just a normal play, it doesn't freaking matter, therefore, it doesn't freaking matter. Okay, so we appear to be as done with this zone as we're getting for the time being. Hang on, let's see something really quick here. That's funny. Okay. Let's go into here really quick. just take off. Take off. I'll hold on to the couch. Would I be excited to play a Dungeon Keeper spiritual successor? There's one coming out, or has come out. I actually covered it on a recent E3. Having said that, as always, it depends, is the answer. Oh yeah, hang on. Didn't I just get... What did I get? Nothing. Also nothing. Okay, cool.
There was no word for heaven.
Master Harry said we weren't to sell Inquisition blood.
Honestly, just dump everything. It's all crap.
What Harry doesn't know.
Was silence.
Oh, I don't remember what it's called. Like I said, I covered it on my recent thing. And well, there's War for the Overworld, but that's not it. Yeah, this isn't it. Looks neat. But this came out, like, 8 years ago. What I'm talking about either isn't out or has just come out. Push that right away.
Then the voice of the Maker rang out, the first word, and his word became all that might be.
Oh, you mean when we're in camp on Falkenstein? I was like, you can't do that. What are you talking about? I feel like that's the absence of a negative in that case. Now, if we could do that anywhere, then yeah, okay, I'm with you on that. Oh, you know what we're going for. You know it. Apparently we can't do that? Oh, that's why. Okay. Hmm. We name this to that. There we go.
Should serve you well.
Oh my god. Armor. Jesus. There we go. Much better. Now we just need to get better armor than this stupid outfit. That's better, but we're not high enough level to equip it.
Maker, look at it. So much easier to ignore when it's far away. And to actually walk out of it. To be that close.
If I hadn't been saved by Inquisition soldiers, I don't know what would have happened.
Inquisition soldiers? That's not what I've heard. The breach, the Divine's death, the Wardens. It doesn't make sense. There's so much we don't know.
Your experience with the Wardens will certainly be useful.
Mostly the treaties, I expect. Old parchments you're welcome to. What about you? How do you fit into all this?
I just want to help stop the war. Try to put things back in order.
A worthy goal, one I'm happy to support. For me, I'll be satisfied so long as we find the bastards that killed the Divine. They owe us some answers. I've heard rumors of abandoned Warden camps all over these parts. If we have time, I'd like to take a look. See if there's anything we can salvage.
Let's talk about the Grey Wardens. You must know a lot about them.
Ah, the Wardens. I'm afraid we're less exciting than we seem.
You haven't had contact with other Wardens for a while. Why were you on your own?
It's what I've always done. Recruitment only requires one man. Besides, I've always been a loner. Works best for everyone that way.
So, you have no idea where the rest of the Wardens are?
Do you find that odd? The Blight is over. We don't need an organized force. And orders don't change much from day to day. For the last 1,000 years or so, it's been just find Darkspawn, kill them, repeat as necessary.
The Blight's been over for 10 years. What do Wardens do when the world's not ending?
There is still Darkspawn. Just because we killed so many in Ferelden doesn't mean they're gone. And the world is not so peaceful that there's no use for good men with swords. Sometimes you have to figure out for yourself what the pledge to protect others really means. It's not always about just archdemons and blights.
Where were you during the Blight?
I was in Ferelden, on my own, like always. Quietly killed my fair share of Darkspawn too.
Let's continue this at another time.
As you wish. I'll be here if you need me.
All things in this world are finite. What one man gains, another has lost. Those who steal from their brothers and sisters.
Have you seen Enchanter Vivienne? That's the picture of what a soul. Heaven has been filled with silence. I knew then, and I have heard rumors of.
My scouts still comb the hills for clues about the explosion. I'll take what I can find.
The same rule we always have, Croatia. Like, that rule never changes. Can anyone tell me the spoilers rule we have? I mean, no men is amusing, but not actually what I meant. Up to the point where we're at, spoilers are fine. After that, let's see. This is from one of the Ben Hezret reports. The duchy will go to one of the 3 members of the dead Duke's family, all of whom have possible claims to the position due to the complex nature of Orlesian politics. Carolina, already a duchess by marriage. Monette, whose claim is muddied by her youthful naivete and the fact that her father pushed her into a life of service in the Chantry after his wife's death, likely to protect her from the dangers of the game. And his brother, Gaspar, an ambitious and cunning man searching for power. Caroline is capable and not overly invested in overseeing Latest personally. Monette would be the most easily manipulated, but least likely to be useful. Gaspar will be difficult to manipulate and will be a threat. So we can recruit Gaspar. It's not the same one, by the way. It's extremely easy to not spoil Croatia. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound negative, but I do have literally years of experience at doing it. It's really easy to discuss the game up to the point we're at, even if you already know everything that's going to happen afterwards. Yeah, very different Gaspar, very different Gaspar. Oh, one. No, sorry. We'll do that joke later. I can destroy Carolina's marriage with 4 words in the proper glove left on the proper table. Ah! We'll go with Liliana, though. Monet's always been one of our most devoted lay sisters. At your advice, we urged her to enter a life of service, and after hearing the dangers of the game, has consented to take the vows. I truly believe we have saved her life. Thank you for your words. Some of the sisters have had luck tending the wounds, blah, 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 blah. Your report. So let's use a direct example, right? This is a bad example, but we're going to use it because, you know, that's all I got. So when we get to Dragon Age Inquisition, let's pretend we just started playing Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, let's assume we had just started the game, so we're still staring at the title screen, right? As we're staring at the title screen, we could discuss the Mage War and the build-up to it, the Anders stuff, all the events of Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2, because all of that is prior to the current timeline we are currently running, right? So we could hypothetically sit there at the title screen and discuss all that freely and openly, but what we could not discuss is the fact that the conclave, where the Divine is going, was going to go, and the Divine was going to die. Now, it's okay for me to say that so blatantly because we are now past that point. So as of the point we're at now, I can discuss about how all of that went in seconds right from the title screen. And we can then discuss the relevance of the Exalted March DLC and how Dragon Age 2 led into it and all of the behind-the-scenes problems regarding the first act of this game. We can even discuss how the Mage Templar War has already started to fade from significance, even at the point we're at this relatively early in the game, because that's where we're at. But what I cannot discuss is stuff I'm not going to say out loud. But there are things relevant to these points, which you'll notice I have not brought up or even mentioned. It's just a filter, if that makes any sense. And again, I have a lot of experience with this. Some of you who've watched me for a while, you probably know that I will tend to react to things or speak out at things as if I don't know where the story's going, even when I so obviously and clearly do. In fact, it's gotten to the point where some people will question if I've even played a game before because I'm reacting to something in a way that is demonstrably wrong, given what will happen after that point in the story. But I'm doing that very much on purpose, because we're only discussing up to the point we're at. And so I'm reacting up to the point we're at. Make sense? Okay, so Monet has been removed. Caroline and Giancarlo now vie openly for the duchy. Caroline is using her husband's connection to make her claim appear stronger, where Gaspar is Gaspar. I know, right, Svatoslav? I get that comment more often than you'd think. I like to take it as a compliment that I'm doing my job properly. Let's go with Josephine. I'm pleased to have made the acquaintance of your friends in Orlais. Even more pleased they have convinced Carolina to throw aside her spurious claims. In truth, I have no quarrel with her husband, and would have turned my heartache to cross blades with him. Let us will honor the Inquisition's support in times to come. For now, I'm sending a dozen Orlesian chevaliers on behalf of my family. That may sound like a small deal, but a dozen fully ranked, fully equipped chevaliers is not a small thing. Also true, Fife. True enough, Bregman. Yeah, I've never played Mass Effect, guys. I was doing that during Mass Effect as well. Anyways, I'm not trying to sound harsh. I know that some people get a little bit too anti-spoileries. All I'm asking is for two things, really, from my audience. One is to have that filter there, right? And the other is to not be a dick about it. Not that I'm accusing anyone of being a dick about it. I'm just saying there is a difference between casually mentioning something because you don't think spoilers are a big deal and driving by the theater shouting the spoilers out the window because you're a dick. And I will always default to that example because it's the most overt example of being a dick about spoilers I've ever seen. And yes, that's a real story. The Inquisition is in its infancy. Building organizations, likely building an army, blah, 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 blah. So we can only send Josephine. Sure. Let's send Josephine. Yeah, the Fallout 4 release. So this is also a true story. So we streamed Fallout 4 pretty much right as it was coming out. And I had one random person pop into chat and say something that I didn't know at the time was the spoiler for the game. And if you know Fallout 4, you already know the spoiler. I'm not going to mention it here because we're not being a dick. You know, no unrelated spoilers is the other rule. But what was really strange about it is it was such an innocuous comment that it didn't even occur to me it was a spoiler. I thought it was just some rando saying some random thing. What it was, and I only found this out with hindsight, was several people were jumping around to every channel that was streaming the game, would say the spoiler, and then close the channel and move on to the next channel, and the next channel, and the next channel, and so forth and so on. And again, being a dick, right? It's the kind of people who will make a news title or a Reddit thread title and put the spoiler in the title so that simply by glancing at it, it is now spoiled for you. Now again, none of y'all are like that. But just for the sake of conclusion, I'm mentioning, like, the other anti-spoiler rule, which is, don't be a frickin' dick about it. Let's go with Liliana on this. This one sounds kind of strange. Post set up on the highway. Fourth night, caravan refugees making camp. After midnight, woman on crutches makes small talk. After she passes, she crouches and makes the mark on the temple. Woman pretends for half an hour to know nothing. When it becomes clear the ruse will not work, she kisses an interested locket and says, "Glory to the grass across the seas," and dies. The locket was poison. Okay. We've got Tevinter, yo. Okay. Really minor irritation. Why do these things stay here when they're done? Let me explain why this irritates me a little bit. So, oh wow, I can't even show you. But there's, so earlier you saw there were tiny little exclamation marks that showed this is something you haven't interacted with yet. But the thing is, that goes away when you click it, not when you complete it. So some of them, like say this gather coin over here, that's actually available, and I can actually go do that again. By contrast, this is not, and it just sits there. Like, minor irritations. Minor irritations. Anyways, I do believe we are now at the point where we can progress. So let's go do that, shall we?
The Templars must help us close the breach. The Order was founded to fight magic.
We must first convince the Lord Seeker to bring the Templars out of exile.
We've received word from a knight recruit. They gather at Therenfall Redoubt.
It has been vacant for decades. Why go there?
We must approach the Lord Seeker again to get anywhere. We can ask him then.
If we present a plan to seal the breach, the Templars may ally with us.
First, we must prove ourselves a more attractive prospect.
If it's status the Lord Seeker seeks, the Inquisition will approach him after allying with the noblest houses in Orlais.
They'll come with us to Therenfall and demand the Templars' help close the breach.
You believe that will work?
Even the Lord Seeker would find it difficult to ignore so many nobles on his doorstep.
Yes, especially when led by the Herald of Andraste.
Is it my good looks you need, or my winning smile?
Rumors you were saved from the fate by Andraste have grown legion among the Templars.
We've done our part to encourage them.
A herald with a few companions may be dismissed, easily set aside. That same herald returning with noble support will be reconsidered, as will the power of the Inquisition.
You want me to present myself as Andraste's herald?
We know what the Lord Seeker thinks, but we also know many Templars believe in you. They may change his mind.
With respect, after his appearance in Val Royeaux, hang what the Lord Seeker thinks.
We do not need the Lord Seeker. We need his Templars, with or without his approval. The breach will not wait for our differences to settle.
Good news. Several noble Orlesian houses will petition the Templars to help us stop the breach. Lord Abernash will approach you. Sign nothing he offers, but his gossip's reliable.
I hope he knows the Lord Seeker's mood. The Templars will never help without his consent.
I think yes, Carlvite. I think yes, that would have worked better. So, we need to discuss how this game progresses. So we're kind of doing everything, and as a consequence of that, we don't have to worry about this. But the game requires power. In order to do this main story quest, and this is MSQ, we require 15 power, which requires roaming around and doing optional stuff and war table stuff. Now, just at a default, I don't like that. Like, again, knee-jerk, gut emotional reaction, is my reaction to that. I'm not sure what we think of that from a more analytical review perspective. No, it's not like the war score thing. Imagine, let me put this into terminology. Imagine if you had to do the war score stuff in order to do quests, in order to do main story quests, Claw. Like, you could not actually do a certain, like, you couldn't go do Tachanka until you had accomplished, 500 war score or something like that, right? Because that's what the equivalent is here. Yeah, the purpose is so that you can't just do the MSQ, which I am not in favor of on any level. Forcing players to do side content is never something I'm a fan of. It's actually the reason we put Assassin's Creed Odyssey down, if you'll remember. I should point out that we've been pretty thoroughly sweeping. We've done everything that's within range for us to do. So everything except for the higher level stuff in the hinterlands, we've done. And we have 28 power, and we require 15. That's not as big of a gap as I would think it should be. Now, we won't have an issue with power this whole game because we are going to continue doing everything because this is a review. But you can see how it could be irritating to be like, oh, let's go to the main quest. What does it require? 15 power. Oh. Okay. So on the one hand, I want to like the power and influence meter from a narrative perspective, but I just really do not like how they implement it from a gameplay one because it just functions as a barrier. It kind of is a level gating thing, which is also something I'm not generally a fan of, unless the game does proper flow of level progression and power progression. By the way, we normally would side with the mages, Darth Toastus. Love the name, by the way. But we've always done that, so now we're siding with the Templars just to see the difference. That's a good question, Nurse, and I'm not sure. Hi, Colgrim. And yeah, they definitely wanted this to be an MMO light game, and God, it shows in so many ways. But I think what I'm going to do is I am going to give it a negative. No, we're not done with the hinterlands. Yeah, I'm with Fife. If you want to see what I would like for this, I'm not sure how this would implement exactly. I would prefer it if you can go do the side quest stuff, and that gives you obviously story and content and all that fun stuff. But from a purely gameplay perspective, it also gives you tools, maybe special abilities or unique concepts or equipment or talents or levels or whatever, right? And that's your decision to go do the side stuff for the benefits that those benefit, and then go do the main story quest, or vice versa, right? Tunnel your way through the main story quest, either throughout the course of the game, or until the point at which you decide, okay, now I'm going to go do the side stuff. And, I mean, a lot of RPGs do exactly that format. Either way. So let's bring Sarah, Vivienne, Iron Bowl, the power trio. Yeah, exactly, Jesse's mask. As is, I don't think it's the biggest issue in the world. It's just something I don't think is good. There's a lot of that in Inquisition. Merely one negative kind of stuff.
The Herald of Andraste! Lord Esmerel Abernash, honored to participate. It is not unlike the second dispersal of the reclaimed Dales. Ah, Lady Vivienne, we met at last summer's ball. The Duke introduced us.
Indeed. I could not possibly forget the occasion.
Ouch.
Lord Seeker is willing to hear our petition about closing the breach. A credit to our alliance with the Inquisition. Care to mark the moment? 10 Orlesian houses walk with you.
It's a shining day to have the best of Orlais in step with the Inquisition. The first of many inspirational and influential partnerships, I hope.
Oh, you're a natural. People will give you anything. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you'd divulge what finally got their attention. Rumor will, if you won't.
What do you mean?
The Lord Seeker won't meet us until he greets the Inquisition in person. Quite a surprise after the spat in Val Royaux.
The Lord Seeker may not be singling the Inquisition out for praise, Lord Abernash.
A meeting is a meeting. Get his ear. See if you can't bend it to do something advantageous. Here we are. Verinfall Redoubt.
Defensible. I like it. Someone worked out some issues building this place.
It appears they've sent someone to greet you. Present well. Everyone is a little tense for my liking.
The Lord Seeker changed his mind about us rather quickly. Is he known for that?
Knobs play nice when there's money in it. Not sure what a helm like him would want.
I like your ideas a lot, Jesse's Mask. Ideally, that's exactly the kind of thing power should be used for here. I don't remember which game it is. We've played it. We've reviewed it. Maybe someone remembers. It was a game where when you're starting a mission, you could spend extra resources that you got in gameplay to access new ways to do the quest, right? Like, we can turn the guard to be in favor of us, or we can make it so that there's these extra weapons that are present at the side, or... No, it wasn't Hitman. I think you're right. I think it was the Dishonored DLC. It was. Yeah, it was. But that kind of stuff, right? Being able to spend power in order to gain additional benefits in the mission, that would be a good usage of power for this kind of MSQ focus. That gives you a nice gradient between, doing the side content, skipping the side content, being rewarded for doing the side content, and still giving you options for how you implement the rewards from the side content. Because ideally, it wouldn't just be one thing per mission. It'd be like 2 or 3 or 4. And you can mix and match at will based on however you want to do your playstyle. Damn it, Colgrim. Also, positive number 6 in the story axis is for banter. Although I know it's only 1, but as you can see by the marks, that's in the notes category. Croatia asked about external continuity. So as a fresh reminder, external continuity, positives and negatives, has to do with how it's implemented, not whether or not it's changed. This is significant because, as we've said so many times, retcons are not inherently bad. I can think of several retcons, which I will not mention here for the most part because they're spoilers, that actually improved the overall story and made the story better. Star Wars is a good example. Warcraft is a good example. Star Trek is a good example. So the relevant question then becomes, did what they do with Liliana, is that a benefit or is it a detriment to the story of this game? The fact that Liliana is in this game no matter what. And that applies in all such cases. Yeah, I'd like to say I did it on Perpet von Falkenstein, but I kind of didn't. I just wanted to bring this group. Because we usually don't bring this group.
I present Knight Templar, Sir Delrin Barris, second son of Ban Jevrin Barris of Ferelden. Sir Barris, may I be so honored as to present Lord Esmeral Abernash?
I'm the one who sent word to Cullen. He said the Inquisition works to close this breach in the Vale. I didn't think you'd bring such lofty company.
Barris. Moderate holdings, your family. And the second son?
This promise of status has garnered interest from the Lord Seeker. Beyond sense. The sky burns with magic, but he ignores all calls to action until your friends arrive.
The Lord Seeker does realize that's a rip in the fade hanging above our heads.
The commanders say he's considering the situation. Maker knows how. The Lord Seeker's actions make no sense. He promised to restore the Order's honor, then marched us here to wait. Templars should know their duty, even when held from it.
About time one of you gobs said that.
Win over the Lord Seeker, and every able-bodied knight will help the Inquisition seal the breach.
If you think we're right, abandon the Lord Seeker and help us.
We can't abandon our orders. Not while the officers who survived the Conclave follow him. We've been asked to accept much, after that shameful display in Valroyo. Our truth changes on the hour.
Don't keep your betters waiting, Barris. There's important work for those born to it.
The Lord Seeker has a request before you meet him. These are the standards. An honored right centered on the people, the Maker, and the Order. The Lord Seeker asks that you perform the rite, so he may see the order in which you honor them.
What if I fail?
Well, there's no correct answer. The ritual simply shows Watchers who you are and what you value.
Fancy title aside, I don't actually command the Inquisition.
That doesn't seem to matter. The Lord Seeker changed everything to meet you. Not the Inquisition. You. By name.
Why?
I don't know. He's been fixated on you ever since your horde of nobles arrived.
The Lord Seeker makes us shuffle flags around. Refuse! Let's meet the man already.
We'll complete the ritual as the Lord Seeker requests.
When you've completed the rite, I'll take you to him. Once you finish the standards, the Lord Seeker will see you, Herald.
Hang your own draperies, knight. We've business to conduct. What does the Lord Seeker want to see, Templar?
The Herald's choice, Abanash, not yours.
He's welcome.
Okay, we're well armored.
The Templars, proud agents, sword of the faith.
Should be out hunting the mages who tore open the sky, not watching.
Oh, apparently it's... Okay, hang on. That's not how I thought it worked. Well, you don't like my hat? I wish there was a way to show my hat in cutscenes, because I totally would do that. Fortunately, I'm not sure there is such a thing. It just... Oh! Helmets are always hidden during conversations. Oh, come on! Make it an option, at least.
I don't understand the order. I pray this has a higher purpose.
Oh, whatever. We're done. We're done.
Put the Templar's standards up.
Traditionally, a participant in the rite now explains their choices to those assembled.
Wow. None of these are correct. I decide based on politics. No, I don't. I picked at random. No, I didn't. I let faith guide me. I have no faith. My reasons are my own. I don't mind sharing them.
This is a question of what I believe. I let faith guide my answers.
On a whim? If it wasn't to impress the Lord Seeker, why bother at all?
I suppose those are your intentions.
My intent is to deal with people who matter. You helmed louts are wasting the Inquisition's time, and my time. Unacceptable!
The Lord Seeker awaits you both. Follow me.
But you could hide hats in the former games. Like, it was... whatever.
It's necessary, you know. You don't run a battlefield by committee.
Without faith, you've no knights. You've... Knight Captain.
You were expecting the Lord Seeker. He sent me to die for you.
Knight Captain, Lord Esmerel Abernash, honored. It is not unlike the second dispersal of the reclaimed Dales. No doubt rank puts you above such things. A pity more people don't understand that.
This is the grand alliance the Inquisition offers.
Sir Barris, I'm right in assuming the Knight Captain has seen better days.
You be ready.
Yes, be ready to be left behind. Knight Captain Denham.
The Lord Seeker had a plan, but the Herald ruined it by arriving with purpose. It sowed too much dissent.
Knight Captain, I must know what's going on.
You are all supposed to be changed. Now we must purge the questioning knights.
For once, I agree with the...
The Elder One is coming. No one will leave Therenfall who is not stained red.
Maker's breath.
So, anyways.
He wants you, not us.
For once, I don't mind being started in a bad position, since, you know, that was literally an ambush. Oh god, oh god. That poor ritual. I mean, what's his name? I've already forgotten his name, but I feel so bad that he's dead. I mean, he was our Legion Noble. Those are a rare and valuable sort.
Bits up, babe.
Is the Knight Captain alive?
Barely. If you use a healing elixir, he may survive. If he even deserves it.
We'll heal him. Let's judge the Knight Captain after we find his master.
He hardly deserves our charity.
The Knight Captain's keys. I would question the Lord Seeker about this Elder One.
Okay. There it is.
What are these things?
Eh. Whatever. I gave clear instructions. The knights are restricted to the lower barracks while the officers plan our next action. I will not tolerate fraternization. The Order's pride has suffered too many injuries. Therenfall Redoubt is where we will regain our purpose. Send the offenders to me for punishment and extend training exercises by an hour. With strength the knights for what's to come. Oh, also, dun dun dun. We have never done the Templar side, correct? I don't know if I agree with that. It changes a lot, but it is definitely going to be a little different. Okay. You gonna let me... Nope. Okay, cool. At a certain point, we will have to judge the mage side of things as well.
Prepare them. Guide them to me.
Was that the Lord Seeker?
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, we'll change the default enemies we fight a bunch.
You will be so much more.
We'll change one major side quest, obviously. It's okay. We're the only ones hearing an evil voice in our head. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I would know you.
And it will change at least 2 bosses that I'm aware of.
Show me what you are.
Ironically, I can no longer hydrate. I'm out of water. I mean, it's Dragon Age 2, but less flashy. Giga Pudding. I guess that's a good thing? I don't know. It is better. I removed the negative. What more do you want from me?
Well fought.
Yep, time to drink my own blood.
All the officers have been turned into those things.
Yeah, I'm a little sad we don't have Dorian yet. We're like 15 hours into this, we haven't recruited Dorian yet, for God's sakes. Also, it's probably not obvious, and I don't want to sound persnickety, but the auto attack doesn't work quite right. You probably didn't notice it earlier, but there was a moment which I was starting a battle, and I just sat there for several seconds, just doing nothing. I had already started the auto attack. I was just waiting for it to actually decide to start. It also starts to animation lock you, which, if you're not familiar with it, when you're holding the button down, it does not animation lock you. I'm not going to give any additional negatives for this. I'm just explaining that this makes a lot of sense if you assume this was patched in after the fact and was not designed from the default. I'll be right back. Water's back on the menu, boys. It's dramatic rain for this.
The Herald of Andraste.
I'm not sure you can tell the difference with how shiny everything already is, but you know. Cool.
Is this shape useful? Will it let me know you? Everything tells me about you. So will this. Watch.
Are you trying to tempt me or copy me?
Are you trying to copy me? Being you will be so much more interesting than being the Lord Seeker. Do you know what the Inquisition can become? You'll see. When I'm done, the Elder One will kill you and ascend. Then I will be you.
I saw through your game. What else do you think you can gain?
You are under the mistaken impression that I require consent. Every reaction, every protest is an answer. Lori is coming, and the Elder One wants you to serve him like everyone else, by dying in the right way.
Keep talking, then.
I am not your toy. I am Envy, and I will know you. Tell me, Herald, in your mind. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you feel. Tell me what you see.
So, I know you're going to hate this, Croatia, but I need to pause here for a moment and give the mage quest at least 2 positives. Sorry. Probably 3, actually. For separate things. It's the quest we're not seeing right now. There might also be a negative there, but the mage quest is, for all its stupidity, really well done. It is absolutely horrifying. It contains a really good insight into what Riddlerium is, and why it's awful, and why we're fighting against the Elder One, who we're fighting against at this point. It is a bit long, that might lead to the negative, and it is a bit dumb, that might be its own negative, but it was I remember it distinctly, and I know I'm thinking of it a bit positively, because it was the first time I started actually enjoying the game. It was the first quest that actually felt like a good quest, like the story was doing something. Whereas up until that point, it was just, huh? The whole of the plot, Hinterlands included, was just meandering. Dorian was also there. Dorian's awesome. So let me think about this. So obviously we've got Atmosphere. The Mage quest absolutely gets a positive for Atmosphere, no question. I also think we should just give the standard MSQ quest for that. And yeah, Liliana was there too. And she was interestingly dark in pretty much exactly the right way. I'm sorry, Croatia. We're just going to do it that way. Now, having said that, in order to accomplish that, what we do is we time travel. The mere fact that we time travel is already kind of... I've said this before, because for whatever reason, I've just sort of become... Like time travel has become one of my things to talk about across fiction. The moment you introduce time travel at all into your setting is the moment you have problems. Now, if you're very careful and specific about introducing it, if you manage to, you know, make it so you can only do certain very specific things with it or in certain specific ways or stuff like that, sure. It's not an automatic negative. No, of course not. But time travel is a tricky thing and very easy to screw up. Most settings screw it up, even if they're otherwise good. To use a direct example, even Back to the Future, which is a great film, would get a negative for time travel. So that's already kind of a thing. I will say that the way they do it is not the worst I've ever seen, but it also pulls the typical Hollywood thing. And the typical Hollywood thing is, it's okay, we're going to time travel, but then we're going to undo it. Which honestly kind of irritates me. I don't even really have a particularly good reason why it irritates me. It just irritates me. It's like doing an Elseworlds without actually doing anything else that really is tied into that. Because it gives the author the chance to do whatever they want to with the timeline. Doesn't matter. All the rules are off. All bets are off. Because all you have to do is do whatever the hell you want to, and then reset, because the whole goal of the whole sequence is to reset it. But that's almost the problem, isn't it? Comics are probably the best example of things that do this type of time travel. Type 2 time travel is what I call that. The worst. Because they will go way out of their way to make things just as absolutely horrifically grimdark as they can, killing off dozens and dozens of characters and showcasing everything as being awful and terrible and no good and very bad, and just kind of sucking. And at a certain point, they lean so hard into that you lose all investment. Having said that, I don't particularly think that the Mage Quest does that too badly. Because things are bad, obviously. You know, the world has descended under whatever his name is rule. And people are, you know, being used as lyrium mines, so that sucks. But I think that they don't go too far with it, to the point where I don't think that particular negative applies. However, no, we don't talk about that, Pika. Voyager's Year of Hell was actually a good example of time travel, as bizarre as that sounds, to say good time travel and Voyager in the same sentence, but I stand by it. The Year of Hell, specifically the Year of Hell's time travel, made perfect sense, was very well carefully tracked in-universe in a way that was logical and self-consistent, and when it was finally undone, it was like the perfectly natural result of all the events leading up to that. It wasn't an ass pull. It was all a dream. It was the natural consequence of the story as it was presented, which is exactly what it should have been. Anyways. Having said all of that, I'm not sure if it actually deserves a negative. I know, Colgrim. Apparently my thing. I'm not sure if the mage storyline deserves the dumb negative, because let's be clear, it is dumb. Even if it is somewhat limited, which it is, because the time travel only exists because of the breach, it's still... we time travel. We time travel to see the bad future. Now, Cronin asks a relevant question. Is there a better way of showing a bad future other than time travel? There are several ways to do so. The most obvious thing is visions, which is, I believe, what we're going to see in just a minute here. But visions have their own problems, not the least of which being, it was only just a possible future, which I hate that line. By the way, I hate that line with a vengeance. So that's an option. It can be properly presented. Yeah, what Galadriel showed to Frodo is actually a good example of how to use visions to show your bad future. There are... damn it, Elisand. There are other ways to present it. So I know this is going to sound similar to visions and dreams, but time vision. There's a concept which I don't actually see all of the often. It's called a chronoskimmer. And the point of a chronoskimmer is you get to watch through time. You don't actually transport, you can't affect, you can't influence, you know, no hands-on, no changes, but you can perceive. Now, obviously a chronoskimmer is an extraordinarily dangerous tool if given full totality, but the point being that you could have one where you can watch, see what might actually end up happening. And in a game, you could have something happen where it's like, oh my god, what's happening? There's this horrible future, and we lean down into the artifact, and it's like, yes, we've made this artifact which allows us to see the path should we not get involved in this. And then we can make it playable because this is a video game. And then we play through the bad future. And then we cut back to us in the past like, okay, let's not do that. You know, something along those lines, right? Just options. There are options there. Yes. Yes. Slow to previous. It's okay. We have time state powers. We're okay. We're okay. All right, there we go. What's your reasoning, Colgrim? You're the biggest. You and Croatia are the biggest people arguing for the negative for the time travel. So why? I'm not saying no. It's just I have nothing in my memory of that mission that leans me towards thinking it deserves a full negative, even regardless of the fact that I gave it 3 positives, 3 distinct positives. While we're debating that, let's watch this version of events. Don't want to get through this before lunch.
Do you deny it? Do you dare deny your crime? You think me a fool? Explain this.
Didn't he, Colgrim? Like, wasn't that the whole reason? Was that he came along too?
Our one chance to make peace between the mages and Templars, and now it's over.
Our enemies have surrendered unconditionally.
The Inquisition's strength rivals any kingdom in Thedas.
Our reach begins to match my ambition, but we will strive for more. Is imitating what you can't have your only pleasure, demon?
Accusing, trying to find my weakness. Is that the man you are?
Dude, you're a demon and I'm a skilled mage. How many of you have I killed and dealt with at this point in my life?
Were you in earnest when you chose the people's flag for the standards? For when I am you, the people will never forget what you do to them.
Okay. A lot of red lyrium.
Who would stand against us when the Inquisition commands nations? No one wise.
When the Chantry fell, we despaired. But the Herald of Andraste put us free. People stand in awe of the Inquisition.
Yeah, I could be misremembering, but I thought the bad future gave us an insight, or, excuse me, introduced us to red lyrium, but didn't explain red lyrium.
Saved all of us. Our army could tear down a kingdom.
No force matches ours for strength.
Yeah, it's okay. It's totally envy. We're cool. We're cool. I think I agree with the gameplay negative. Because I remember it taking entirely too long, and I agree. That kind of a mission should be kind of short and sweet. Just bam, bam, bam. Bad future, Liliana, red lyrium, etc. Have I stopped doing rumination due to a tight schedule? No. Well, I mean, I guess that is involved. I stopped doing ruminations because it was kind of killing me. Ruminations were extremely unhealthy for me to do, both in terms of physical health and in terms of my mental health. And I reached out and said, hey, I need to quit doing ruminations 5 years ago. And everyone said, no, don't quit ruminations. And I was like, okay, well, all right, I'll compromise with you and we'll kind of pull back on ruminations. And then we pulled back on ruminations for 5 years. And then finally I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop doing ruminations now. And everyone's like, no. But my health had gotten to the point where I no longer could afford to do them. So they're gone and they're not coming back. Any questions?
Do you see how glorious my Inquisition will be after you die at the hands of the Elder One.
You're hurting, helpless, hasty. What happens to the hammer when there are no more nails?
What are you? Get out! This is my place!
Yes, when are Ruminations coming back? Never!
Wait.
Instead of Dorian.
Envy is hurting you. Mirrors on memories. A face it can feel but not fake. I want to help. You, not envy.
Who are you? I've seen you before, have I?
No, actually, we haven't I.
I'm Cole. We're inside you. Or I am. You're always inside you. It's easy to hear, harder to be a part of what you're hearing. But I'm here, hearing, helping, I hope. Envy hurt you, is hurting you. I tried to help, then I was here, in the hearing. It's not usually like this.
I honestly don't know why all three of these options are. I'm confused, because what he just said makes perfect sense.
If you can explain this, I'm listening.
I was watching. I watch. Every Templar knew when you arrived. They were impressed, but not like the Lord Seeker.
The Lord Seeker is an envy demon. It wants to be me.
Yes. It twisted the commanders, forced their fury, their fight. They're red inside. Anyway, you're frozen. Envy is trying to take your face. I heard it and reached out. And then in. And then I was here.
Cool. Thanks. Stream highlights are entirely volunteer work, Croatia. So whether or not they will happen depends entirely on the volunteers. I do not have the kind of money to pay the highlighters the kind of money they deserve to make for that. So that's why there aren't so many of those. And I am glad that you like the Ruminations, Maple Kingdom. I'm glad that we did them for when we did them. It's just, again, physical and mental health, right? At a certain point in my life, I have to acknowledge that my job was literally killing me. And I wasn't even getting paid for it.
So you're a spying phantom who accidentally enters minds. It says spirit to me.
If it bothers you, I can make you forget. That helps.
No, I'm good.
No. You need all of you right now to fight. Maybe later.
How is my body frozen back in the waking world?
Thoughts are fast. We're here. Outside, a blade is still falling, hanging in the air like a sunset.
If no time's passing, does that mean I'm safe?
No. It would be good if you got out.
All right, Cole. If you really want to help, how do I get out?
It's your head. I hoped you'd know how to stop it.
Well, I don't.
All of this is envy. People, places, power. If you keep going, envy stretches. It takes strength to make more. Being one person is hard. Being many, too many, more and more, and envy breaks down. You break out.
So if we keep moving in my head, we tire envy into submission.
Maybe. I hope it helps. It's more than sitting here waiting to lose your face.
I've been debating continuing that process, Yura. I did that completely on a whim for Baldur's Gate 3.
Ideas are loud here. Make them louder. Think of water.
Think of water?
Yes.
That thing can't help you. I will see more.
I mean, no, I'll appreciate it. I'll take the compliment. Yeah, I used to do really, really short reviews, and they just didn't land well. Nobody wanted them. So I stopped. It was a waste of time. Hell, I could just bake those into the announcement videos.
Betrayed allies will curse your name. Like the first Inquisition, you will bring blood and ruin and fear.
Unless you don't. You don't have to. None of this is real unless you let it be.
Get out, thing! I am learning!
The prisoner failed, Seeker. The breach is still in the sky. For all you know, he intended it this way.
What do you say to your crimes, heretic?
This is a farce. I demand justice.
Have it. Take her to the gallows. Mother Giselle is no heretic.
Any who challenge the word of Andraste's herald will be corrected.
Maybe all the problems I had with making them is why nobody else does them, Croatia. Think about it for a second. I never made a penny off of doing ruminations. It was always just something I did, you know, out of charity, and because I wanted to. And so, how many people do you think would be willing to put that kind of level in time and effort and time and research and time into doing those for no reward?
It's dark, but it isn't real. Think of sparks. Keep going up. You're more you there than you are envy, and that tires it out.
Good. I think.
You said it, boy. Someone mentioned, actually pretty recently, there's I think it's a sports player who everyone was pissed at for quitting the game because it was physically killing him. And even when he explained the kind of issues and problems he was having with that, everyone was still just pissed at him for quitting the game because they liked watching him play. Which I'm not saying directly relates to my situation or anything, I'm just saying. Pointing it out. Why didn't that count? Okay. Oh, here we go. That's true, Svatoslav. My actual viewers do not hate me for that. You should see some of the comments I got on YouTube about that.
4 days without food. 1 without water. I wish they had...
I haven't seen enough.
Naturally, we're going to torture, you know, Josephine because she's one of my favorite characters. You're right, Pancakes. Andrew Luck, that was him.
Stop them. There weren't enough of them, boy. Val Royaux is burning. The Herald March is here next, bringing even more demons.
I saw your other lies. And I'll escape this one too.
Determination. Such a useful trait.
You're letting the Herald see more to sketch his shapes, but what he sees makes him stronger.
Quiet! You wish to be difficult? Then see the legacy of the Inquisition. Its followers hosts to demons, your world ashes. Show me what you do with them.
Or don't. It can't make you, not anymore. You're getting too strong.
Shut up, thing!
Yeah, did you notice that Envy is actually giving away some of his boss's plans here?
Almost there. Keep going up.
What then?
You're making it hard for Envy to think. It'll probably come out soon. It's angry, but that's okay. So are you.
Actually, that's interesting because if you're paying attention, the other, the bad future, the mage quest, also gives a direct insight onto the plans of the villains, just in a different way. So I guess this is the answer to the question. This is how else you do the bad future, right here.
I think
Go figure.
Venerable is overrun. They say Tethit has fallen, and Atif is besieged by the demons that took Val Royal.
Maker.
Back me up!
Almost there. Keep going up.
I'm glad it was able to help Tarhunters. And I'm sorry, Mass.
An abomination? Why did no one realize? I hear something.
You hear that? Celine was murdered. Huh. Interesting. There's your Celine plot. Just loot some stuff in this dream sequence here, don't mind me. Do I have a map? I do have a map, kind of. Very kind of. Feels like there should be a staircase like right here. Yeah, I noticed the demons are allies here. Okay. I'm officially turned around. Well, that's not true. I know exactly where I am. I officially don't know where to go. Okay, back to the door. Okay. Ah! Hello, Evo.
What are you doing?
Envy's dogma. Growing disbelief, the Herald leading nobles, shining men and women whose power chokes a country. The Inquisition rising larger than the Templars, unbearable envy. What is a Lord's secret compared to what the Herald will become? Seething, consuming with want. Dreaming, wanting, needing to wear the Herald of Andraste's face when next meeting the Elder Run. I mean, a lot of wrestlers go through a similar thing, Colgrim.
Keep going up.
You know, professional wrestling is extraordinarily damaging on the body, but most people don't care, they just want to see the wrestlers. Thank God these de-aggro at least. That too, it's Terrain 36.
Unfair, unfair! That thing kept you whole, kept you from giving me your shape. What could you gain from being me?
What could you gain? What? Ah! We'll start again. More pain this time. The Elder One still comes.
It's frightened of you.
Get out of...
There's Envy.
The Lord Seeker!
No.
An imposter.
That monster ensured we weren't prepared. I still don't know what we're up against.
That fake Seeker was an envy demon. Apparently, I caught its fancy.
Envy? Maker. Then the real Lord Seeker is caged or dead. It used the red lyrium to corrupt the Order, didn't it? I knew that miserable stuff was risky. They often give us new kinds of lyrium, our commanders. Some used the red stuff first to prove it was harmless. The Knights would have been next. That demon turned our leaders so we couldn't question when this started.
I can tell you firsthand it's a clever liar. Bring your best to stop it.
Our best. Templar, what is envy?
A coward, brother!
It studies, makes less mistakes, but most of all, it hides.
We need our veterans. Our commanders have turned, but the lieutenants may still be fighting. We'll hold the hall. You find the lieutenants and the uncorrupted lyrium stores. Bring them here, and I'll give you envy. Show those things no mercy.
Okay. The Templars will hold the Great Hall, but their strength will wane over time. Returning to help them will restore their strength. If the Templars are overwhelmed, the battle is lost. I figured we were too soon to be done with this. Interesting. Well, we have finally gotten to the game, Evo, which happened last time, too, if you were paying attention. To answer Savacom. First of all, base logic. The kind of acting while also doing very rigorous physical regimes to maintain their body shape, while also simultaneously then doing some of the stunts that they do live and without, you know, practice gear, that's extremely damaging to the human body. So that's just, you know, basic stuff. Second, look up sometime some of the wrestlers', shall we say, medical engagements. There has been some really messed up stuff, especially under the WWE specifically, because I can't even think of his name, is one of the most evil human beings I've ever had the misfortune of encountering. That's him, Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon is a garbage human being. No, I should be more clear with my terminology. I've never met Vince McMahon in person, though I met Bill Clinton. No, he is someone who is alive in my lifetime. Which is... I mention that because, historically speaking, I am probably aware of worse human beings. But that's with historical lens, so who knows, right? Taller than you'd think, Mr. Red.
Goodbye.
Well, I will not speak more of it, Savacom, for fear of upsetting the wrong people. But you will not, unfortunately, change my mind on the matter, because I've actually looked into Vince McMahon. It's not good. And that's the nicest thing I can say about it. Yeah, the wrestling industry is actually really, really dark, and that's a goddamn shame. I'm pretty pro-wrestler, as anybody, well, you know, who knows me will tell you.
The Elder One wants her dead. Empress Celine. He hates her, haunts her, wants her dead, but hides. Why? He hid other things too.
In case you missed that. No, really, no, really, no, really. No, Cashel. Anime is wrestling.
This Elder One thinks highly of himself if he believes he can strike at the Empress.
Perhaps Liliana can discover why he wants Celine's head.
Put very simply, I think that wrestling is the kind of thing that should exist, just with a lot more protections for the actual people involved, you know? Working conditions, better working conditions, better safety nets, literally as well as metaphorically. Better overall care, especially once they leave the ring. Stuff like that. But of course, as with pretty much every single aspect of sports, sports in general are not really great on the human body. There's no getting around that. Doesn't really matter which sport it is. That depends, Blue Fusion. Yeah, proper healthcare would be a nice start. I mean, you know me and worker rights. That's something I've been hammering about for way too long at this point. Even I'm bored of saying it. That's true, Savakan, but picture for a moment that if you did professional combative karate on a regular basis. Or football. Or football. Or racing. Like, I know racing, you're like, oh, come on, you're just sitting in a chair for a while. Have you ever looked into just how physically strenuous it is to race a Formula 1 car sometime? Because... yeah, they have to go through a lot to get prepped for, deal with the race, and then recover from each race. It's a little silly. Silly's the wrong word. It's terrifying. Let's just call it what it is. Apparently that's mage only. Yeah, that's just ignoring the kind of G-forces they have to deal with. Wait, is that a new mage armor for me? Oh my god, yes! Yes, we're done with the nipple armor. We did it, everyone. Game over. Yep, plus the gameplay. We're done with the nipple armor. Oh, she doesn't have... whatever. Time to expose in real life. No, I... I suppose I should look at our accessories at some point. Sure. Jeez. Where's Iron Bull? There you are. I will say part of the problem with sports is not just how physically damaging they are to do, which is part of the problem, but also how... And this is a much harder fix. There's a culture around sports, all sports, which is as as maybe it was Terra. Somebody just said this. Pushing. Oh, there was Tar Hunter said it. Is when you have. There's this overwhelming push to get to the next level, right? You've always got to do further. You got to throw more passes. You got to hit more runs. You've got to post better times on the laps. You've got to do more crazy stunts in the ring. blah, 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 right? And that push, that cultural push, has some very real, physical, tangible consequences and side effects for the people doing the pushing. Or, excuse me, for the people being pushed. Let me say that more clearly. Oh, that's the only upgrade I have? Jesus, alright. So it boils back to something I say about everything ever. You know, within reason. Karate helps Savicom because she does it within reason, right?
This must be the red lyrium the Lord Seeker gave the Templars. We saw more at the breach. Where is it coming from?
Right, because we don't go there.
Alright, there's a ticking clock on here.
The untainted lyrium.
There's fighting back in the Great Hall.
Yeah, I know. Let's go help with that. It will, of course, be too long, but I've already given it pluses and a negative, Evo. Let's go help with the Great Hall, really quick. Yeah, sorry, that's why I just said somewhat jokingly. Plus, you know, football and also football. I'm sorry, Evo. Or I suppose I sympathize is a better way to phrase it, but it's still true.
Just in time.
How many Red Templars have you fought?
Some broke through to siege the hall. More will come.
Oh yeah, football, as opposed to football.
Free to pass. I hope you're what they say.
Me too, lady. Very true, Junk Garage. I mean, there's a reason why most athletes are in their low 20s, right? Now, there are exceptions, of course, but... I've always liked gridiron. I know that's something that will never catch on. I'll never be able to adjust that and enforce my terrible vocabulary upon other people. But gridiron just sounds cooler to me anyways. Like, I don't know.
Have you seen the uncorrupted Templar standing against the Red? Keep your head, my dear, and this day may yet be salvaged.
You live.
And yeah, rugby is kind of its own thing. That's why I don't do that. Yeah, usually if I'm just talking to a friend or whatever, I will say gridiron.
I feared you were dead.
Just get to the hall. Ferris will explain.
Fight well.
So I should give this away now. Whether you side with the mages or the Templars, you're not really siding with the mages or the Templars. It's the biggest reason why I'm probably not going, thank you, Evo, to give a negative for this whole have to choose between one of the two sequence. Because it actually makes a degree of sense that you would have to pick and choose because we don't have infinite time. The villain of this game is actively trying to corrupt both right now. We get to one first, and we save them from that corruption. And that makes sense to me. That's logical. We're not actually picking a side. We just happen to go one way or the other.
We'll meet you there.
Of course.
So, the fact that we've come here to save the Templars means they are now saved from the enemy's influence. but it means we didn't have that time to go ahead and save the mages. Now, we could have just used time powers, because we have time state powers. All I'm trying to say is that the choice by itself doesn't bother me, because it's reasonably well executed. Yeah, you have to call me stupid, Janthel. You have to call me stupid. It's a law, okay? You have to be like, Lord, you're dumb! And you're stupid, and you're ugly, and you're worthless, and nobody loves you. And if you died tomorrow, nobody would even notice. When you are no longer here, no book will ever write down your deeds or efforts. All your videos and VODs will be deleted inside of a day. No one will ever even give the tiniest bit of a damn about you. They won't even hate you, because they will forget about you the second you leave their field of vision.
Well fought.
Fair, Janthel, and I agree with you. Also true, Grayson. Oh yeah, sorry, I was quoting my YouTube comments. My bad. I have gotten some like that. Unironically, unjokingly. So apparently I missed something back in this room. I guess this is what Eva was on about. Because I missed something in here which will advance the plot. See if we can figure out what it is. Okay. So, is there a downstairs? Is there an upstairs? Naturally, the quest is indicating the place where I don't have to go. We should jot down quest markers as a potential negative. And by potential, I mean totally, absolutely. This is at least the third time I've seen already where the quest markers were just straight up wrong, and about the fifth or sixth time when they've been misleading. I don't know if that's the Frostbite engine's fault, it's just something I've noticed. Aha! There's an up! I see an up. I've seen the improved quest markers mod.
That thing was commanded carry.
I got your back, I'll kill it. There you go. Is that better? We good? What year did this game come out? It was 2014, right?
Maker. What happened to them?
Regroup with Barris. He'll explain the plan.
Good luck.
Yeah, that tracks. Because, hang on. So, let's look at 2014 in games for just a second. So, first of all, Destiny, okay, Hearthstone, Dark Souls 2, Wolfenstein New Order, South Park Stick of Truth. I'm already kind of making a point here because most of these games are not what you'd call really big or particularly good games. There are a couple of decent games that came out this year. For example, looks like Black Flag came out. Assassin's Creed 4 came out in 2014. Bayonetta 2 came out in 2014. There's several ports, which I'm kind of not counting, but for the interest of honesty, we should acknowledge that several ports of several games came out in 2014. But I'm bringing all this up kind of to insult the game we're playing, because I have a really weird feeling that if Dragon Age Inquisition came out in a more stacked year, like, for example, this year, just to use a random example, then Inquisition would not have been the financial success that it was. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure 2015 was the next big one. I suppose I can just double check that really quick. Yeah, 2015 was stacked. I could tell just by looking at it. Arkham Knight, Halo 5, Bloodborne, Witcher 3, Metal Gear Solid 5, Fallout 4, Undertale, Soma, Pillars of Eternity, Ori and the Blind Forest, Just Cause 3, Uncharted 4, Blops 3, Dying Light. Like, a lot of these are not just good games, but well-selling games. That's a much more stacked year. And yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition probably would have not done nearly as well if it came out in 2015. Halo 5 may or may not be good or bad, but it certainly sold well, Loke, which was kind of the point I was making. Oh yeah, GTA 5 also hit PC in 2015, and that just stomped. GTA 5 has stomped every time it's come out, but still. Ugh. Yeah. I was going to say, that's exactly why Baldur's Gate 3 came out when it came out, is to avoid the problem that might have happened to Inquisition. Down, 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 down. So I believe we have a boss fight. Yes? No? Yes, we are covering GTA 5 next. True enough, Colgrim. Okay. Time to get ready for the boss fight. I need to get pumped. I need to get ready. I need to get into the right mindset. I need to be prepared and fit.